go check my stream, make sure it's working. Cool, it's working. Still got some audio issues. That's working. Okay, we're gonna edit. We're gonna add. What are we gonna add here? I don't think I put this on any playlist. I think we probably put the World of Warcraft tag on there. And then we do gaming, World of Warcraft, and then maybe we'll change it later. All right, cool. Are we in the WoW section? We're in the WoW section. Okay, pull this up on my phone. We're gonna watch this video right here. It is called "You Will Love the Hunter Talents in Mob Classic." So it's talking about hunter talents. And I need to find this on my phone. Make sure we're not too loud. All right. Here we go. Put this over here. I don't know if I should be playing that or not. Okay, here we go.
It's almost embarrassing at this point with how many videos I start by saying this class's talents are amazing, but the hunter's talents are...
Amazing.
They're amazing. There genuinely
Really?
isn't a bad class when it comes to talent selection. And whilst, depending on what spec you play, the talents can sometimes seem a little bit one-sided, as in, well, this for survival is the best talent, or this for beast mastery is the best talent. Most of the times, in terms of DPS, they're so close that you can actually use whichever talent you prefer to play with. So if you haven't guessed it by the fact that the thumbnail's got a hunter on it, the title says Hunter Talents, and I'm here talking about Hunter. Today, we're going to talk about Hunter, specifically the talents that we're looking at and working through every single class, building a playlist. So if you're not a hunter and you want to know about one of the other classes, just check the playlist area on the channel and you'll be able to see if I've started on your class already. But each playlist will eventually include talents, glyphs, rotations, spec changes from Cataclysm, and so much more. Now, I'm sure by now you know that the talents change from Cataclysm into Mr. Pandaria, where now every 15 levels, starting at level 15,
I do know that.
You get a choice between 3 very powerful talents. Starting with your level 15.
Wow, there's lots of stuff here. Okay, so we've got Post Haste, which I'm pretty sure is Disengage. We'll just look at it one by one.
15 talents. You've got a choice between Post Haste, Narrow Escape, and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Chimera. Now, all of these are really movement based and just...
So I remember Post Haste being basically Disengage with a movement speed buff, which is generally really crazy strong. And then Narrow Escape, I wonder... I don't really remember. Is that like a root on your Disengage or something? Like you root everybody around your Disengage? And then Crouching Tiger, Hidden Chimera. What is that one? I remember that's like a passive attached to like Monkey. Like every time you dodge an aspect of the Monkey or something, you get like some buff. So let's see what it is.
Come down to the fight that you're actually doing. But first of all, Post Haste. Your Disengage frees you from all movement impairing effects and increases your...
Oh wow, okay, so it even has Master's Call built in it. Do we still get Master's Call? I wonder. Kind of want to raise this up a little bit.
Your movement speed by 60% for 8 seconds. Needless to say, this is really nice. And on fights with heavy movement, this is probably going to be your go-to talent. And to be fair, when you're just running around in the open world questing or get on your way to level 90, you'll probably use this.
Yeah.
Next up is Narrow Escape, and this is more for if you was kiting.
When you activate a web, when you disengage, you also activate a web that traps players and encases all targets within 8 yards of sticky webs. Okay, so it's an AoE route. That's really strong.
ads in PvE, or what I see it as is purely a PvP talent. Because what this does is when you disengage, you also activate a web trap, which encases all targets within 8 yards in sticky webs, essentially rooting them for 8 seconds. Now again, if there's a fight where you're going to be kiting ads, which I'll be honest with you, I can't really think of one in the first tier at all, but for me, this is really a PvP talent. Next up is really your other big choice when it comes to PvE, and that's Crouching Tiger, Hidden Chimera. What this does is reduces the cooldown of disengage by 10 seconds and the cooldown of deterrence by 60 seconds.
Oh, so it's not at all what I thought it was. Reduces the cooldown of disengage by 10 seconds. What is the cooldown of disengage? So you have a 15-second disengage? That's kind of crazy. And the cooldown of deterrence by 60 seconds, which would be a minute. I mean, that seems underrated.
Now, as you may or may not know, Deterrence has got 2 charges on a 3-minute recharge timer. So this
it has 2 charges? That's fucking new. What the hell?
On a 2-minute recharge timer. This also reduces the cooldown of disengage, meaning that goes down to a 10-second cooldown, so you can use it more frequently. And quite honestly, the choices for PvE come between post haste, if it's a fight where you need lots of movement, or Crouching Tiger if it's a fight where actually you can make a lot better use of getting more frequent deterrences to reduce the incoming damage. Really, out of these 3, it's very fight dependent. At level 30, you're going to get your CC abilities. So firstly, you've got Binding Shot. I've got to be honest, this is my primary go-to. I rarely use either of the others as a hunter. What this basically does is you'll fire an arrow on the floor and anyone...
Hold on a second. Binding Shot, Wyvern Sting, Intimidation. So we know what all these are. And you have to choose between the 3 of them. What would be the best? I feel like Binding Shot. Oh, hey, hello. Oh, shit. I feel like my chat's overlapping. Yeah, we want to move that up, probably. Let's move that up so it's not all over the video right now. Hello. Good morning. I am doing some WoW stuff. I'm about to do I'm doing some WoW completion stuff. My friend got their rare achievements hunting done, and I'm like, well, I want to do that. So that's what I'm doing a little bit right now, and watching some videos about mob stuff because I'm interested. We got the choice between Binding Shot, Wyvern Sting, Intimidation. This seems very situational. Pretty much whatever, like, sometimes Wyvern Sting would be pretty useful, I would imagine. Binding Shot's probably the most useful, like, as like a generic talent, and then Intimidation. I could see this being pretty good. Like that's like good in like a 1v1 dueling kind of situation.
You've got Binding Shot. I've got to be honest, this is my primary go-to. I rarely use either of the others as a hunter. What this basically does is you'll fire an arrow on the floor and anyone within 5 yards of it will become tethered to that arrow. Now, if they move further than 5 yards away from it, they'll be stunned for 5 seconds or
That's
3
really
seconds
good
in PvP. Now, this is amazing in so many situations. Let's just think gold challenge modes for now. Tanks are going to be doing massive pulls.
Yeah.
You can fire your arrow down on the tank, which all the mobs are going to be within 5 yards of your arrow, and he can now move it when he needs to. So while the arrow's down, the tank can just move everything away from the arrow.
Yeah, that would be really strong, for sure.
They all become stunned. He gets a little bit of breathing room while they're all stunned. Next up is one that you'll be very familiar with, which is Wyvern Sting. It's on a 45-second cooldown, and it's just a 30-second sleep. Any damage will obviously cancel the...
30 seconds? I guess in PvE, that would make sense. Doesn't it also do damage? Like once it ends, I'm pretty sure. Although I don't know. I need to probably head over to STV right now. Let's do that. We'll start heading there now.
Effect, and you can only have 1 sting per hunter active on the target at a time. If you need to actually CC a specific target and you don't want to use a trap, then you can use this. But really, when you can use Freezing Trap, I don't really see the need in taking another CC ability when you can have Binding Shot instead. And then finally, Intimidation, which you'll probably already know what this is if you're a hunter at the moment. It's just a 1-minute cooldown, 3-second stun, where you command your pet to do the stun for you. Between having your pet do a stun on one target for 3 seconds, or a binding shot that can AoE stun everything for 5
Yeah, that's situational though. You can't always get that to proc.
seconds, I kind of know which one I prefer. At level 45, you're going to get your survivability talent, and I've got to be honest with you, all 3 of these situationally will be used. This will be one you do change about fairly frequently if you can.
Okay, well, which ones were these? Spirit Bond, Exhilaration, Aspect of the Hawk. So a lot of times Spirit Bond is kind of useless. So I wonder how good it is. I'd be actually very curious to see. Let's do a post scan here. Aspect of the Iron Hawk. I don't remember what this does. Does that just give you like flat damage reduction? And then Exhilaration is just a flat heal. I feel like Exhilaration is typically the most useful here. But yeah, I could see there being situations for all of them.
Will be used. This will be one you do change about fairly frequently if you can be bothered, because Exhilaration on a 2-minute cooldown instantly heals you for 30% and your pet for 100% of their total health.
Oh, it's your
So
pet
if
as
your pet's
well.
about to die, this is great just to give it a quick heal because you don't trust your
Yeah,
healers,
that's pretty
or
good.
obviously using it on yourself after particularly big AoE. Exhilaration will always be a solid choice and one that you might decide you want to use. One that you don't need to think about, however, and what I personally prefer because I'm very lazy, is Aspect of the Iron Hawk. This replaces your Aspect of the Hawk and basically just adds a 10% damage reduction component to it. So at all times while you're using this aspect, you'll get all the benefits that you would ordinarily get from Aspect of the Hawk, and you'll get 10% damage reduction on top of it. Now, I've got to be honest with you, for most occasions, that flat 10% damage reduction is going to equate over the course of a fight to a decent amount of healing that wasn't needed. So this is a really, really solid option for one that you don't need to think about. Whereas Spirit Bond situationally, again, will be really, really useful.
So heals you and your pet for 3%. So what was Iron Hawk again? I need to read that again.
To think of heal damage reduction.
Hunter takes on the aspect of the Iron Hawk, increasing range attack power by 35% and reducing all damage taken by 10%. So just a flat 10% DR is pretty nice. Like, I feel like that's kind of underrated. Like, this would be a really good option in a lot of scenarios, I feel like.
Is going to equate over the course of a fight to a decent amount of healing that wasn't needed. So this is a really, really solid option for one that you don't need to think about. Whereas Spirit Bond situationally, again, will be really, really useful. Because while your pet's active, you and your pet will regenerate 3% total health every 2 seconds. Now again, Spirit Bond is something that's been in the game for a long, long time, so I'm sure it's nothing new to you. But there'll be certain occasions where the flat 10% damage reduction is nice, but having that constant tick-in healing every couple of seconds will actually outweigh it. Will of the Emperor, which is the last boss in Mogoshon Vaults, is a prime example, because everybody is constantly taking ticking damage throughout the entire encounter. So constantly topping off yours and your pet's health throughout the entire encounter with very little overhealing from it will probably outweigh Aspect of the Iron Hawk. So really you just need to understand each fight and where each one of these will be useful. Level 60 is where your talents really start, because honestly your level 60, 75 and 90 talents are all absolute bangers. So first of all, you've got Fervor, which is a 30-second cooldown. It instantly restores 50 focus to you and your pet, and an additional 50 focus over 10 seconds. Now, using this perfectly in most situations as survival will be the best talent to use, because when we get onto other talents like a Murder of Crows, which is particularly focus heavy, Fervor really just helps smooth out your rotation.
Really? So let me see here. Just gives you a bunch of focus. It's a 30-second cooldown to both you and your pet.
Will be the best talent to use, because when we get onto other talents like a Murder of Crows, which is particularly focus heavy,
and he's saying it's the best
really
one.
Just helps smooth out your rotation and
Surprising.
keep that focus flowing when you need it. Now, if you're going to use it wrong or forget to use it, however, it's probably not worth taking, because you do need to use this optimally and make sure you're getting the most out of it. Otherwise, something like Dire Beast or Thrill of the Hunt will take over.
I could see that being fun.
Game.
I remember people taking Thrill of the Hunt as like a, well, I don't know. Let's see.
So next up is Dire Beast. Now, on a 30-second cooldown, this summons a powerful wild beast to attack your target for 15 seconds. and each time the beast deals damage, you'll gain 5 focus. Now, this is absolutely amazing. Specifically for Beast Mastery, if you're going to play BM, you will always run Dire Beast, and it does a lot of damage, to be fair, whilst
I do
also
remember
giving you
Dire
focus
Beast
back
being
at the
very
same
popular.
time, and probably the best option again when it comes to Marksman. So depending on spec, you can choose any of these 3, to be honest, which brings us to the final one, being Thrill of the Hunt. Now, Thrill of the Hunt, again, is something that you'll be familiar with as a survival hunter in Cataclysm.
Yeah, probably survival.
It gives you a 30% chance when you fire a ranged attack that costs focus, or kill command to reduce the focus cost of your next 3 arcane shots or multi-shots by 20. Now, for me personally, as survival, I really like Thrill of the Hunt. I think it makes the rotation feel a little bit more engaging, but again, further used properly, the highest DPS gain. And then really for Beast Mastery and Marksman, you're looking for Dire Beast.
That's so interesting. Oh wait, what did he say? As survival?
The makes the rotation feel a little bit more engaging, but again, further used properly, the highest DPS gain. And then really for Beast Mastery and Marksman, you're looking for Dire Beast. Remember, what I'm saying is very opinionated. As we get reliable sims for Mr. Pandaria, we'll know exactly what is simming the best, and there could be minor differences between private servers and classics. So kind of take the recommendations with a pinch of salt until we know 100% what we're getting with accurate sims, but I'm just telling you my experience. Now at level 75, we've got Murderer Crows, Blink Strikes, and Lynx Rush. Now all of these are solid talents, but in terms of single target for survival, which we're going to see far more survival hunters than anything else, a Murderer Crows is absolutely the best single target.
Yeah, I remember this being really good.
Now even
if a target if using on a target below 20% health, the cooldown is reduced to 60 seconds. I remember if someone died with it, it reset it completely. That must be a different one. That must be a different one. Let's see. How many people are in STV right now? There's 3 people. I have a pretty good chance here, but we do have 20 minutes till the competition is about to start. But I feel like 3 people... Only 3 people, me and 2 others, for this fishing competition right now. I'm going to look. Ripa. Who's Ripa? Target Ripa. Let's see what Ripa drops. Anything cool? Some tracker gloves of the monkey. Get on my sea turtle. Okay. Alright, so let's read here. So we need 40 tasty fish. And we're going to set our hearth here. Hopefully this guy's not killing the hearth. Dude, I remember one time I came out here, somebody was literally spam killing the hearth guy. That was ridiculous. Okay, so if we get rare fish, what happens if we get rare fish? Welcome to the Booty Bay contest, where each week... Oh, what does this say? Today between 2 p.m. and 4 p.m. we'll have a contest to determine who the greatest angler of them all is. Just be the first person to bring me 40 tasty fish from the tasty schools along the coast of Stranglethorn before anyone else does, and you'll become declared the master angler. So guys, I'm a bit of a fucking nerd, and this is the last achievement that I need for Salty. So we need to figure out where we're gonna fish. I don't know. Do we got our find fish on? Find fish. Find fish is on. Okay. We're gonna watch this video. And I want to figure out where I want to fish. I like fishing over here, to be honest. Yo, I can fly now. Wait a second. This would be a lot different now with flying, huh? Alright. I remember this being a pretty popular spot here. But we'll see. We're gonna... Why is find fish not showing up right there? There we go. Okay. and it's getting taken off. I want to uncheck this one. And find fish seems to be going away for some reason. Turn on find fish. That's weird. Are we good now? Okay. We'll turn on hunter tracking hidden. Okay. All right, we got our find fish. All right. Let's see. So we want to, yep, we're gonna fish like this. We're just gonna practice fishing a little bit, guys. Practice fishing. All right, let's see. Anybody else is in the area? Oh, me and one other person. Holy shit. Me and one other person. Okay.
Even though Murder of Crows is technically still even the highest single target DPS for Beast Mastery, you'd probably lean more towards Blink Strikes because there's no focus cost to this. And what this does is your pet's basic
So let's
attack
see.
deals
What is the other one? Murder of Crows. So this is just like a big DPS cooldown, and you get, it's kind of like got an execute mechanic attached to it.
technically still even the highest single target DPS for Beast Mastery, you'd probably lean more towards Blink Strikes because there's no focus cost to this. And what this does is your pet's basic attack deals 50% increased damage and can now be used from 30 yards away and will instantly
That's really
teleport
strong.
them behind the target. Now this can be particularly useful even as marksman or survival, because if it's a fight where your pet's going to be running all over the place, this will just get it to the target quicker and start pumping. So
Yeah.
even though it looks very much like a Beast Mastery talent, there will be times even for marksman and survival where this is better than a Murder of Crows.
Really?
And then finally, Lynx Rush. It's a 1.5 minute cooldown and your pet rapidly charges from target to target, attacking 9 times over 4 seconds. Each attack causes a target to bleed for X amount of damage over 15 seconds, stacking 9 times. It's a little bit like a rogue's killing spree, but for your pet.
For your pet.
Now, this is a solid talent and it's a
I don't
good
remember this
cooldown
one.
and it does a lot of damage, but in most situations, you're either going to be running a Murder of Crows or Blink Strikes. Like I say, I think most people you're going to see running a Murder of Crows 90% of the time. And now, the final 3 talents, which one's quite underwhelming, one's for single target, and one's for AoE. So it's quite a simple choice, but they're
Doesn't Glaive Toss do AoE as well? Oh wait, no, maybe he's talking about Power Shot.
all very fun to use. Firstly, we've got Glaive Toss, which costs 15 focus on a 15-second cooldown. This is the biggest single target DPS that you're going to get from this
That's
rogue
interesting.
talent. So on any fight where it's pure single target, this is what you want to run. In all fairness, if it's a fight where it's even 2 or 3 targets, this is still the talent that you're going to want to run. But what you do is hurl 2 glaives towards a target, dealing X amount of damage to each, and reducing their movement speed by 30%. The primary target will always take 4 times as much damage from each strike, and then the glaives will return back to you, damaging and snaring targets as they return. So it's got that nice boomerang effect. Now again, I don't see many situations where you're not going to run this, but if you're not running this, let's talk about Barrage next, and then we'll come back to Power Shot. Barrage costs 30 focus on a 30-second cooldown, and you rapidly fire a spray of shots forward over a few seconds, dealing a total of 640% weapon damage to
I remember people just ninja pulling with this ability like so crazy. We don't have this right now, right? Yeah, we don't. Okay.
the enemy target, and an average of 320% weapon damage to each other enemy target in front of you, and this is usable while moving. I hate that this isn't the best talent and the default talent at level 90, because I love it. I think it looks great, it feels great to use, it does loads of damage on AoE, and yeah, I'd love to just be running around with it all the time, but on AoE, this is going to be the talent that you take. On single target or a couple of targets, Glaive Toss is still going to be the one that you go for. Which finally brings us to Power Shot. Power Shot is one that you're rarely going to use unless you PvP. And even for
So
PvP...
let's look at this one. Is this kind of like aim shot? You wind up a powerful shot which deals damage, weapon damage to the target, and 300% weapon damage to all enemies in between you and the target. That is such a cool idea for an ability. But I feel like I can understand why the functionality just doesn't work. Also, it's a very long cooldown, too, for what it is.
I still prefer the slowing effect that you're going to get from using Glaive Toss.
I could
But
see it
what
being good
does,
for PvP, though.
15 focus on a 45-second cooldown, and it's got a cast time as well, you wind up a powerful shot which deals 600% weapon damage to the target and 300% weapon damage to all enemies in between you and the target. Now, the last bit is what makes this a PvP talent, because enemies hit by power shot are also knocked back. So this is absolutely solid in PvP, and in all fairness, even in PvE, you may find use cases for it, because it does a lot of upfront damage, just like big damage straight away. Let's think tendons on spine, where you really need to get them down and throw everything at them as quickly as possible. Something like this could actually then become better than the other two. But I think it will be such a niche situation that Glaive Toss will still probably be the default on single target and Barrage the default on AoE. And that's it. They're the Hunter talents. I think overall they are amazing. And I know I keep saying it.
Yeah, nothing too crazy there. It's definitely good. Okay, so now it's time to focus. I want to turn my sound up a little bit, because now we're going to focus on the fishing competition. Oh my god, a fishing competition. We got 10 minutes, okay? We're going to practice fishing a little bit here. We're going to see what happens. Last time I did this, I actually got really, really flipping close, but it was like a long time ago. And I think there was a lot more people playing. Let's see. Can we just do all of the zone in total? Okay, so right now we have 7 people in the zone. Some of them are not 85. These 3 people are probably doing the fishing tournament. And we'll just kind of keep an eye. Oh, that one left. That's interesting that they left. Maybe it's just me, guys. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the only person in here. 10 minutes before is really close for there to only be 2 people. So I have a very good chance right now. And our hearth is. So we want to set our hearth zone. Oh my god, it's on cooldown for 13 minutes. It should be up. I should take longer than 13 minutes to do this for sure. I would imagine. So what do we want, actually? If we win, we would probably go with the trinket, right? Collection. STV. I mean, this is more fishing. It does look... it kind of looks mid. I go with the trinket. If I win. I'm probably not going to win. I would much prefer winning the Borean Tundra one, because that would be fucking sick. This is interesting, having a mount this time. Usually you don't have a mount. What is that? Oh, I have another cooldown. Do I literally have fervor? Interesting. Where would I even put that, dude? I don't even know. I don't even know, to be honest. I don't even know, to be honest. It's kind of a crazy button right there. Let's see. 50 focus to you and your pet. 2-minute cooldown. That seems pretty trash, actually. All right, we got 7 minutes. 7 minutes until we can try to win this competition. Keeping an eye on the /who. No, look at all the people who just showed up. There's actually a ton of people. There's actually a ton of people. No, I'm not gonna win. Oh my gosh, it's fucking doomed. Oh my gosh, it's doomed. It's actually doomed. I'm dooming. Dude. All these people came here within just a couple minutes of it starting. Guys, I got here early. I deserve this. Okay, we can still win. We can still win. All right. I literally saw a horde player over there. Did you see that? That was fucking crazy. I have like no fucking gear or PvP stuff. Okay. We got 4 minutes. We be fishing. We got 44 spots in the bank. Practicing my fishing. Don't you be eyeballing my spot over here. They be, you see that? They're fucking eyeballing my spot and shit. The fuck? I'm nervous. I want to win. Let's see how many more people. Oh my gosh, it's getting bigger. That's a lot of people. We've got 8 level 85s in STV. I have to fish better than 8 people. It's probably not going to happen, guys. It's probably not going to happen. Considering it's a completely random event. What is the thing? Isn't there something that gives me faster movement speed? This is what I was thinking of here. What's the thing that gives me faster movement speed? Oh shit. And I should probably... Dude, I have scattershot. I don't even have beast within all my macros, man. Alright, are we ready, guys? We got Find Fish on. We've got 3 minutes until the competition. Get out of here! Get out of here! Get out of here! You don't even have a cool mount! Your mount sucks! 9 people. 9 people in 3 minutes. 9 people in 3 minutes. Please. Let me have this, guys. This is the only one I need for the achievement. Okay? It's not fair. Assembling a group, link achieves. Need BDK, Holy Poly, 1. Range CPS. Going 4 out of 8 heroic. Damn, people be doing fucking Dragon Soul. I should try to raid on my hunter, man. I really should. Sounds fine. Sounds fine. This is my spot right here. I'm hoping that nobody crowds me. Don't crowd me, guys. I like this spot. I've seen someone win the competition from this spot. So I know it's possible. But to be fair, that was an original classic, not Cataclysm. All right, we're going to stand up for a second, and we're going to stretch. What's that clapping sound? Okay. I'm mounted up. I'm ready to instantly teleport straight to the nearest pool as soon as they say it's ready. It's got to be a pool here. I know pools are going to spawn here. So we're waiting for the yell, and we're waiting for a bunch of pools to show up. And it's going to happen within 60 seconds. So we're going to start a timer just to kind of have an idea of where we're at and how long time has passed. And we're just going to start it right now, because it could start any second. Can I reset it? Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. 159, waiting for the yell. 159. 10. It's got to be really soon. I'm locked in, guys. Earth is right there. Okay. I don't see anything. I don't see anything. Let the fishing tournament begin, and there's no fucking fish. There's one. That's one. And it's over. How did I miss it? Okay, we got 2 fish so far. I got a strangle cup that time. Alright. Let's check back over here. Anything. Yep, we got something right here. Okay. Okay. We're at 3 right now. 4. Got to do this 10 times. So about 10, probably about 15 minutes, it'll probably be done. Unlucky pulls. Okay, we're at 5. 6. All right, we're checking. We're going back north. We're flying. We accidentally touched the ground. Griefing. Hello, Con. Hey, man. Doing the most exciting content you've ever seen in your whole life. I'm missing. There we go. Don't you fucking hit me. Okay. 7. It's 40, right? Okay, tasty fish. We're at 8 now. Tasty fish. Got 2 pulls here. Not bad. Not bad for pools, honestly, guys. Not bad for pools. Come on, no, don't give me no fucking strangle cup right now. my god, tasty fish. We're at 9. That's got to be 10, right? 10. Gotta do that 4 more times. Okay, mounting, going across the pool. Okay. Slash who? 7 people. We got 7 people we're competing against. 7. Mount up. Okay, we'll keep going north here. I'm a little concerned about going too far in because we're going to get some mobs probably. But we should be able to one-shot them, right? We're at 13. I don't think we're pacing super well, honestly. All right, 15. $16. $16. Didn't get another one off that one. Okay, we're just kind of looking. Going up the coast here. Okay, we got another pool right here. This looks like a horde town. I see Amberley. No shot! No shot! I'm griefing! I'm griefing! Just stun this thing. No, Amberley, please! Oh my god. This is not happening. 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 Come on. Come on. We're going back down the coast. All right, we lost a minute. We lost a minute. That's probably going to be the fucking deciding factor right there. I can't believe that. All right, that is a death trap. We're never going there again. Okay, we are at 17, guys. I'm so sad. I'm so saddened by this. I'm so saddened by this. 18. I'm not pacing very well. Okay, 19. Just checking, just checking. Going along the coast. Okay, we're flying. Okay. Is there any pools, please? There we go. I hope some... Oh my god, there's no way that someone's not like almost done. 7 people. $20. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. We're halfway there. $21. No, there was only 2 in there. What in the fuck? I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. I missed. Is that in? I don't trust it. What is going on? That one's in for sure. Okay, 22. I don't know about you, but I'm feeling 22. Boom, said it. Seven people. No one's given up. I just got a stone scale. Terrible fucking pool. $23. $24. Okay, I got strangled help. That's fucking bullshit. Okay. I think I'm gonna cut across. This is griefing. This is griefing. This is griefing. We're going other side. Oh, the gold mine. I've only run into Amber. That's the only person so far. And Amber was also struggling. 25. We need 15 more, dude. We need 15 more. And the pools are right here. 14 more. No way that this isn't the last one, right? Okay. Over here. No! Damn, he was literally 12 ahead of me. Damn, bro. I lost. Well, we might as well finish it out. I think if we get 40, I don't know. Let's see what happens. So he was 12 ahead of me. So he won at 12 minutes. And it's taken me... Let's see how long it takes me to get to 40. Keep track of this for next time. We're at 12 right now. We need 8 more. Is there a way to get layered? Can anybody layer me? Let's see, did people leave? No, they're still doing it. I don't know if Cataclysm has layers. One more. No way, dude. Come on. Okay, 15 minutes is how long it took me to get to 40. And that guy did it in 12 minutes. So he was 3 minutes ahead of me. And this guy just finished. Is there a way to get this? Like, I don't really get it. Who? Hunter. Let's just see if we can phase. Let's see what we can get here. Let's do like gold shot, or what would it be? What would it be? What's like a zone? Oh. We got amber here. See if this does anything. Wait a few seconds. What did they just attack? Talk to me. Talk to me. See if we can phase somehow. Let's try someone on our layer here, or on the same thing as forest. Let's try this. There's probably not more than one layer, huh? Don't go anywhere, Amber. Yeah, what do you want? If you ever need anything. Did we just phase? Wait, what? There's like 2 of them there. There's 2 of them. Hmm. Let's keep trying. Let's try this guy. Let's try this guy. Let's try this guy. Let's try this guy. Like maybe we can get on a crazy layer. Tom Gravy. Sigh. That guy is just 3 minutes better than me. Like, what can you say? You know? What can you do about that? Creation. Creation. Kitty Cleaver. Yosuke. None of these. This is crazy. None of these guys are even trying to invite me right now. That's actually crazy. I literally just messaged 30 fucking people. There we go. Apprentice Angler. I feel like I just phased. But it's gone already. Let's see. We're the same people. Very different people here. Yeah, it's over. I'm depressed. I'll never win. I'll never win. I'll never win. Well, we tried. That's what matters. We were trying, guys. We tried. It didn't work. Damn it. That's tough, dude. That's real rough. I gotta go to the bathroom now. And then I'll watch some more videos. Then I'll watch some more videos. We'll continue watching some Scotty J videos. Or, I don't know, maybe we'll go into PoE stuff. I'll be right back, though. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. All right, what do we do now, guys? Do I play more WoW? Could do that. Watch some more videos. Okay.
It for every spec, but I do genuinely mean it. Looking at these hunter talents and playing around with them all in PvP, in raids, in dungeons, challenge modes, you're going to be swapping them around quite frequently. And obviously, as a hunter, you've got the choice between 3 DPS specs, which all of them are actually pretty competitive. So obviously enjoy that in Mr. Pandaria.
Really?
Now, if you enjoyed this video, there's going to be plenty more hunter content because I will be filling out the playlist that this is a part of, and I'll put a link in the description to the full playlist.
Bummer.
So be sure to check that out, and if you enjoyed the video, as always, be sure to like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one.
Bummer, dude. I lost the fishing tournament. I lost the fishing competition. We could play Destiny. We could play Destiny. We could do that. That could be fun. I think I kind of want to. I've like got such a WoW itch right now. Alright. So we watched the Hunter video. Let's watch this one. This is literally talking about what I wanted to do.
A few years back, if we
I really hope they bring flex rating to World of Warcraft Mr. Pandaria. Imagine a world where you don't have to worry about missing the one random guy or the 2 random guys or whatever, or just not suffering because you don't have a way to be like, or feeling less stressed, like, oh, you want to take a night off, you want to take a week off or whatever, you want to step away for a little bit, like, if I don't show up to my raid night, it's gonna kill the whole fucking raid. But like being able to do that and be like, oh, it's fine, it's okay, that would be so cool.
we were to talk about things that work really well in retail and how they could be implemented into Classic,
Yep.
you'd have called me crazy and said there's absolutely no way Blizzard would implement anything from retail into Classic. And you'd have probably been right. The thing is, fast forward to now, where they've added the Retail Auction House, the collection tab for mounts, pets, and even transmog. Needless to say, if there's good systems in retail now and they kind of fit within the Classic expansion we're going into, they'll at least consider it. And I would say there's a couple of things
That's
about
true.
Mr. Pandaria.
They added the Valor thing. Like, they changed the way Valor and Conquest points work. We have, what else? What did he say specifically?
An in systems in auction tab for mount. The thing is,
Oh,
fast forward
the auction house. Okay. We've got account-wide achievements, account-wide mounts, account-wide, you know, pets. Like, all those things did not exist, and now they do, you know?
forward to now, where they've added the Retail Auction House, the collection tab for mounts,
Yeah.
pets, and even transmog. Needless to say, if there's good systems in retail now and they kind of fit within the Classic expansion we're going into, they'll at least consider it. And I would say there's a couple of things about Mist of Pandaria that I hear very, very often, and how a couple of systems could be taken out of retail, implemented into Classic, and overall it would just be a much, much better experience. So as I say, there's 2 big systems in particular that I think would solve some of the biggest issues with Mr. Pandaria, and while it may have not seemed to be problematic back in the day, we know they're things that concern people right now. Before we jump in though, if you aren't subscribed to the channel, consider hitting subscribe, especially if you're excited for Mr. Pandaria, and while you're down there, you might as well like the video as well, because hopefully you're going to like it. If you don't, then you can unlike it at the end. So first of all, let's start with reputation. You would have heard things like Mist of Pandaria is a world of daily craft. You can't re-roll because you'll have to do reputation grinds again. All my pre-raid bis is locked behind reputations. Well look, some of those statements are actually correct. Not all of them, because reputation in a 5.4.8 state is nowhere near as important or impactful as you might think, but it could still be made better. In recent years in retail, one of the most popular and well-received systematic changes has definitely been the warband system. Now,
Oh, yeah, dude. If they had warbands, I know, like, what is it about warbands? It's just like account-wide rep. That's fucking insane. The gear itself doesn't really matter, but being able to transfer currencies across like your account and stuff and be like, oh yeah, I want to put these currencies on my other character, or I want to put these over here. Like account wide rep and account wide currencies would be massive. Massive. That would be crazy. Like, oh my god, that'd be so nice.
First of all, let's look at what it is and why it would be amazing in Mr. Pandaria Classic. Firstly, starting from when you first log into the game, the character selection screen is so much better than what we've got right now. And this is purely aesthetic, so really not a big deal that it would be in the game. A little bit like the auction house. The retail style auction house is just an improvement. It's aesthetically better and much easier to navigate.
True.
This is kind of the same thing. You can add favorites and see your favorites around a little campfire on screen. You can even unlock different scenes for it, so it's not just the standard campfire. You can make custom groups to put all your ranged DPS together, put all your healers together, or however you want them organized. As I say, this has no direct impact on gameplay, but just looks great. And in MOC Classic, we could even have our own custom screen made, where it's Veil of Eternal Blossoms, or Krasarang Wilds, or something like that. Now, this would just be a nice to have. The important part about warbands is how they make ults incredibly friendly. Mr. Pandaria, as much as I absolutely love it, if you haven't guessed by now, is one of the most ult unfriendly expansions that we've had, and that's purely because of the fact that you've got one long quest chain running all the way through the expansion, so you can get your legendary cloak. And some of that legendary cloak quest line revolves around reputation with the Black Prince, and getting the Black Prince a different level of reputation each time the legendary quest line progresses on. Now, when Blizzard set out to implement the warband system, it was to make playing ults more friendly, and even to encourage you to play ults that you might not ordinarily play. Reputation shared across your warband, as in all of your characters on the account, but region specific. So if all your characters on NA will share reputation, all your characters on EU will share reputation. You also have access to a warband bank, where you can do a short quest line to be able to actually summon this remotely as well, so you can easily access all the important things on your account from wherever you are. Really, you should just think about this as your own personal guild bank. Even certain currencies can be swapped among your characters. So
see, that would be so sick. Like, that would be the best part, especially with the new things they keep adding. Like, this should just be a thing in the first place. Being able to swap fissure stones and obsidian fragments over to other characters would be so fucking nice, dude. I'm actually gonna go buy these mount. I'm gonna go buy some bags here and see if I can get them out. I'm gonna do it right now. Let's see. So we're going to go right here. We're going to see 25, 25, 30, 25. So they're 25 each. So I can buy one. No. These are... Okay, I can buy two. All right. Flickering shoulders. We'll do that. Okay. Here we go, guys. Good luck. Good luck me. Wait, oh, I can only buy one, but I can buy some of these. All right, so mount. I didn't get the mount, but I got some shoulders. Haste Mastery, that's not very good. What about these ones? Can't the mount drop from these? So we'll buy a bunch of them, actually. We'll buy one. We'll just spend them all. Like, why not? Is there anything else to buy with them? You can buy honor, justice points. Okay. Let's see. We'll open one at a time. We might as well open one at a time. Got a cloak. Got a cloak. Got a cloak. Okay, last one. Got a cloak. And we're done. Son of a biscuit. Well, we didn't get shit. I might as well, like, start mailing some of this stuff. Well met. I didn't turn in all my speckled tasty fish. we'll send this over to my druid. We'll get rid of some of these other things. We'll send that to my druid as well.
In your currency tab, you'll be able to send currency from one character from that currency tab into the currency tab on one of your other characters. A really good example of this would be Timeless Coins. Now, Timeless Coins are going to be when Timeless Isle comes out, which, don't get me wrong, is right at the end of the expansion, but obviously it wouldn't need to be limited to Timeless Coins. The only reason I'm using that one as an example is because that does actually work in retail today. So if you was farming loads of Timeless Coins on your main, but then you wanted to get items on your alt using them, you can then just send the Timeless Coins to your alt to then be able to get geared up pretty fast. So not only does it encourage you to play your alts, but it also doesn't punish you for going and farming out in the open world on your main. To be completely honest, the currency sharing and the fact that the reputations would be account wide is enough on its own.
Totally fucking agree. Account wide reputation and account. Oh my god, could you imagine how good that would be, bro? And account wide currency, like if they did that, would be so fucking sick, dude.
But there is one more part of the warband system that I absolutely love, and I'm under no illusion that Blizzard would ever implement it into Classic, because I think it would just be far too much work, but it would be epic if they did. And if you know about warband systems, you probably know I'm going to talk about warbound items.
Yeah.
Now what this is every
This
boss
is never
has a
gonna
chance
happen.
of giving you as personal loot a warbound item. It will drop from the boss's loot table, so for example...
Honestly, this would be really cool if they did this, but this would never happen.
If you kill a boss that can drop a fist weapon,
It's too
it could
weird.
drop that exact fist weapon, but it will be warbound and it will be slightly.
It also
lower item
doesn't
level.
really
Now,
matter.
These warbound items can be stored in your warband bank, and it's just a great way to be able to get some pretty big items for alts. And an example of how this actually encourages people to play their alts is if you was in Throne of Thunder and you got Rune of Re-Origination, which is basically every Feral Druid's wet dream. If you got a warbound version of this, you'd probably very quickly level a Feral Druid just to be able to play with this item. The same goes if you was to get a warbound bow that was particularly strong. It might make you want to gear your hunter up because you've got a super sick weapon to start with.
That would be cool.
Instantly. Now again, this is a really tall ask to be wanting warbound items put in, because I'd imagine that's a lot of work. But it is actually a fantastic system. And if we can have the warband system in as a whole, so that's including account-wide reputations, the warband bank, and warbound items, man, that would be crazy in MOP. And like I say, as it's renowned for being World of Dailycraft and one of the most alt-unfriendly expansions that's ever been made, it would be the perfect time to steal such a successful system from retail and bring it into Classic. But Blizzard, if you're watching, you'd need to think about this now, because, yeah, you probably need to be working on it now, because it sounds like quite a big job. Let's face it, this ain't Season of Discovery.
Please do this. Please. Oh my gosh. Please fucking do this, dude.
You're not watching. So that would solve potentially multiple problems by having warbands in. The next one will probably be nothing new to you, because so many people have commented recently on a video where I was talking about the biggest changes I'd like to see, saying, what about flex raiding? Now, in Mist of Pandaria, flex raiding was genuinely one of the best received systems that they put in.
Really? I didn't know it was well received. Dude, oh my gosh, please, man. Oh my god.
For the entire expansion. The unfortunate thing is it didn't come in until the end.
Yeah.
Now, it was that successful and that well received that it's influenced how raiding even happens today in retail. But you might not remember exactly how it worked, because to you, as someone who maybe knows a bit about retail, you probably think about flex raiding as normal and heroic, and you can just go with anywhere between 10 and 30 people, and there's normally a sweet spot where you don't get extra mechanics, or the mechanics are not quite as punishing. You're going to get that one extra item that drops from the boss. You'll see a lot of groups going with like 14 people, for example. Well, the thing is in Siege of Orgrimmar, which is the very final raid, was when they implemented flex raiding back originally, and it actually sat as its own difficulty. So flex raiding...
Wait, what? Really?
sat difficulty-wise between Raid Finder and normal raids. Now, what you're probably expecting me to say is, guys, what we need is flex raiding from the start for all tiers of content, which would be great, but that's a whole other difficulty of raids, a load more items that they've got to create, they're going to have to tune it all. It probably would be a lot of work. Instead, what I think they should do to really follow the retail style of raiding is have normal as flex. Just normal is flex. Heroic basically would then be retail's version of mythic. So heroic you can only do 10 or 25 and it's fixed to 10 or 25 people, whereas normal difficulty would be the flex difficulty. What this means is they don't need to add another whole tier of content, as in scaling items down to
Dude, to be honest, I just want them to both have heroic and normal rating as flex rating. Honestly, I would prefer that.
Difficulty, and then implementing that whole flex system on its own separately from normal and heroic for every tier of content. We just turn normal into flex. I see absolutely no downside to that, because guilds running normal every week and maybe scaling up to do some heroic would absolutely love this. And it feels really bad when, let's say you run a 10-man team and you've got 12 people that are signed up for a week and they've got to miss their lockout with you, like 2 of them have, when you could just go, yeah, we'll do a full normal and we'll take all 12. The thing that this would mean is normal and heroic would need separate lockouts. So you would be able to do normal / flex every week on your character, and then you can also do heroic. But
flex rating was its own difficulty. Did it have, like, I want it to just be regular rating, to be honest. I want it to work exactly like the retail version, honestly.
Heroic would just sit completely on its own, so you wouldn't be able to then change on a boss by boss basis between normal and heroic, which would be a bit of a downer, because obviously some of the bosses you might want to skip early on to get to easier bosses. So an example of that would be Spirit King's heroic in Mogoshon Vaults is particularly difficult, whereas Elagon is quite easy. So if you had normal and heroic split, because normal / flex is now its own difficulty, then you would have to make your way through heroic raids in order of boss kills. Now, whether there was a workaround with that, where the loot from the bosses, you was only eligible to roll on it if, like, you haven't killed it on normal this week or something like that, so you could still switch between normal and heroic, but that all now just starts to sound a lot more convoluted. I would
He's yapping.
Just have heroic
It's all
difficulty
convoluted.
as retail's mythic difficulty.
Nah, just heroic and normal, full flex rating, both of them. Please, that would be amazing. Please.
Because there's no skipping mythic bosses, you have to work your way through, and then having normal as flex. The positive would be that you can go in and get full normal geared and then start working on heroic progress. So even though you can't skip some of the harder bosses, you are actually going to get more loot overall if you're doing both difficulty sizes anyway. So I've got to be honest, I still don't really see a downside to it. I think it would actually make the raiding in Mists of Pandaria 10 times better. Being able to flex raid from the word go into Mogoshon Vaults and get showered loads of normal gear, and then maybe splitting off into multiple 10-mans to do 10 heroic, or splitting off into 25 obviously and doing 25 heroic. It would just make raiding feel so much more fun for so many guilds, where it doesn't matter how many people you take. You can have a 29, 30 people
I just want
roster
that to be the
and
case.
all raid together every week. You could have 15,
Completely.
16 people on your roster and all raid together every week. Yes, it's only going to be normal that you get to raid with every week, but it does mean you ain't got to leave any of your casuals or socials out of raids. You can just take everyone and ultimately do what WoW's meant to be there for and enjoy yourselves. So yeah, this is a little bit of let's just
Enjoy
hope Blizzard
yourselves.
do actually put some effort into MOP and give us some of these things. But in my opinion, these two systems coming from retail and sitting in Mists of Pandaria would work perfectly. I genuinely think it would be amazing if they did do something like this. Or even, I'd take one out of the two. Preferably the raiding changes, actually. I'd prefer the raiding changes to warbands, but I'd take warbands.
Give us all of it. Give us all of it, honestly. That would be fucking awesome, man. I would be so hyped about all of that. There's a lot of cool items in here. Do I want to do these quests? Let's see. That's crazy. I really like survival. I don't know if I really even want to play BM, to be honest. But that's probably going to be the thing, huh? All right, let's finish watching the mage video.
Alternative. And then finally Frostbomb. If there's 5+ targets stacked almost at all times, or there's a big extended period where they are, then Frostbomb is going to be the way you go. Now, all of these just work the same as Living Bomb, where you apply Living Bomb, you make sure to keep it up at all times. So Never Tempest, you're just going to keep that up all the time. Frostbomb, you're just going to keep that up all the time. It's pretty basic stuff. But when it comes to how many targets they should hit, you can genuinely just go by the talent description, and you're not going to go far wrong. Now, just a minor thing worth mentioning when it does come to things like Living Bomb, you can actually refresh it in the last 3 seconds and not lose the explosion now, which I was really enjoying while I was gearing my mage today on stream, Twitch and Kick. GottyJ87 on Twitch, GottyJ on Kick. Hopefully see you there. But they're your 3 different bombs anyway. But just in case you was thinking, oh, if I'm Arcane, I'll use Never Tempest. If I'm Fire, I'll use Living Bomb. And if I'm Frost, I'll use Frost Bomb. That's not the case. What School of Magic they deal is completely irrelevant.
Really?
Stick to the number of targets that are being hit. And then finally, your level 90 talents, which one, you will probably absolutely hate. But fortunately, there's only one spec you're really forced to use it. Spoiler, it's Rune of Power. But we'll get onto that in a minute. First,
Rune of Power is interesting. I don't hate it, but it is so restrictive of what you get to do. Like, it's kind of a cool concept, but it just gives you it really restricts, if you get to stand still and blast, then cool, but like I feel like that's not a very easy ask 99% of the fucking time.
First of all, Invocation. Invocation removes the cooldown of Evocate completely and reduces the time it takes to channel a full Evocation by 50%. When you complete an Evocation, it causes you to deal 15% increased spell damage, but passively regenerate 50% less mana for 1 minute. Now, we'll get through all 3 of them first, and then we'll talk about which spec favors which talent. Because unfortunately, for all 3 specs, it's only really between 2 of them, but you could use Incanter's Ward if you're lazy. So let's cover that first. Incanter's Ward is on a 25-second cooldown, and it places a magical ward on you, absorbing X amount of damage over 8 seconds. Absorbed damage will restore up to 18% of your max mana, and when this effect ends, you gain 15% increased spell damage for 25 seconds.
I remember this being really good, but maybe it's like in a different version of the game. I feel like Rune of Power is probably just going to be the go-to. But it's like, yeah, I bet you some cases Incanter's Ward is probably good.
Seconds. But what this talent's all about is the passive, because just for having the talent active, you get 6% spell damage at all times, and mana regen is increased by 65%. Now, this passive effect is deactivated while Incanter's Ward's on cooldown, so there'll be times where you can get a lot more spell damage out of this by soaking lots of damage with Incanter's Ward on, but really what you're using it for is just the lazy 6% passive damage gained, because the actual effect from using Incanter's Ward, as in casting Incanter's Ward on yourself, is obviously quite unpredictable on some fights. There'll be certain fights where you know when you're about to take massive damage and you'll probably be able to make really good use of it, but it's just not the best of the 3, because for large portions of the time you're just running with 6% extra spell damage, where if you use Rune of Power or Invocation, you're always running with 15% extra spell damage, because Rune of Power places a Rune of Power on the ground which lasts for a minute. While you're standing within 5 yards of your own rune, your mana regen's increased by 75% and your spell damage is increased by 15%. Now, you can only have 2 runes of power down at the same time, but that does actually mean you can cover quite a big distance with it, because if you
That is kind of a... I don't remember being able to have 2 at the same time.
look up here at the same time, but that does actually mean you...
So, places a Rune of Power, which lasts for 1 minute while standing on within 5 yards of your own Rune of Power. Your mana regen is increased by 75% and your spell damage is increased by 15%. Replaces Evocation.
You can cover quite a big distance with it, because if you look up here and look at my buff, I can move quite a long way with having 2 next to each other before the buff will then drop off. Now, the problem with Rune of Power is you don't want to be moving very often, because if you're having to move a lot, then Invocation is just better. And really, it does come down to what spec you are. I would say 99% of the time as a Frost Mage, you'll be running Invocation, because you've got quite a lot of movement as Frost anyway, especially if you're using Ice Flows, because Frostbolt's the only thing that you hard cast. Everything else is instant cast, like Ice Lance or even Frostfire Bolt when you get procs. So the fact that as a Frost Mage you're not locked down to worrying about standing in a rune, Invocation definitely is the play for me personally, and as a Frost Mage you're not exactly going to struggle with mana. Whereas for
Interesting.
Arcane, I would say Rune of Power is just mandatory to get all that mana regen while you're stood in it, and
Yeah,
keeping
that's
the
crazy.
15% spell damage as well. And as Arcane, you don't really want to be moving a lot. When you
But
are forced
are people
to move,
playing
you wanna use
Arcane?
ice flows to move from one rune to the other. It's actually quicker to put a rune down than it is to channel a full Evocate, even though when you're using Invocation, it's 50% less time to actually channel. So really, Frost, Invocation, Arcane, Rune of Power. As Fire, I've got to be honest, on a standstill fight, or mostly standstill fight, I'd be running Rune of Power. Anything with even a little bit of movement, I'd be going Invocation. And that's the Mage talents. I think the Mage talents are absolutely amazing. Say that about every class. I need to come up with a different word. Let me try again. And that's the Mage talents. I mean, they're absolutely phenomenal. I think you've got a real
Holy
good mix
shit.
of PvE, PvP, lots of good movement options, really strong personal cooldowns, which you can have for any situation, really. And quite honestly, changing your level 75 talent, which is obviously the bombs, being able to pick which one's right for which fight just means you're always going to be changing them. So it keeps the talents feeling a bit spicy. But anyway, if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like and subscribe. Consider joining the channel as a member just to show a bit of extra support, or maybe join all of these guys or these guys. I don't know what side I'm going to put it on, that are scrolling down extremely fast because they're already supporting the channel as a member, which is much appreciated. Thank you guys. And I'll see you on the next one.
I'll see you on the next one. I got some new shoulders. I got some shoulders. The volcanic pauldrons. Holy shit, I'm a shaman. Alright. Well, that was the mage video. Warrior. Oh, I forgot about Brawlers Guild, guys. Let's watch the Brawlers Guild video.
When Mr. Pandaria Classic launches, it brings more content than you've probably ever seen in a Classic expansion so far, because major systems are overhauled.
Wait, is that true? I feel like Kata is crazy. It literally redid the entire fucking game. But maybe he's not really talking about that.
Completely brand new systems are brought into place, and they even put a lot more emphasis on the whole play how you want to play, as in, if you want solo player content, you're about to get it. And that's what we're talking about today. We're talking about Brawlers Guild. Now, Brawlers Guild's a bit of a strange one because it's not actually that easy to get into, especially when it first launches. Brawlers Guild shouldn't actually come until Phase 2, but it is one of those things that you could see Blizzard putting in from the start. If they don't put it in from the start, though, it won't be too much of a wait between Phase 1 and Phase 2, because Phase 2 doesn't actually bring any new raids. Phase 2 will purely be the PvP zone in Krasarang Wilds,
The
things like
PvP.
Brawlers Guild, and some quality of life changes, which we can obviously expect to get right from the word go anyway. Outside of just slowing down the legendary quest line, which is what everybody's going to be doing to get their cloak, and the meta for your head socket, as well as a few other bits. With that said, Brawlers Guild could quite easily be out at launch. What Brawlers Guild is, before we get onto whether it's relevant that it comes in Phase 1 or Phase 2, is a solo player challenge. You can get into the Brawlers Guild either from Orgrimmar or in the Deep Run Tram area if you're Alliance, and it's literally you versus a boss. Each boss gets progressively harder as you go through, and there's various ranks that you can achieve. At certain ranks, you'll unlock certain rewards. You'll be able to get a mount, you'll be able to get an heirloom fist weapon, which can also be upgraded. There's a battle pet, and on the basis that there's going to be pet battles in Mr. Pandaria, this is particularly useful. And then you get a few cool things throughout different ranks, like the ability to sit on top of a zeppelin to watch other people fight, your own personal invitation when you get to rank 7. This means somebody hasn't got to get an invitation from other means. You can invite one person to the Brawlers Guild, and a title being Brawler, as you could have probably guessed, to be fair. Now, I've got to be honest with you, I loved the Brawlers Guild back in original MOP, I've loved it on the private servers, and I'm gonna really love it when it's in Classic as well, because it is just something extra to do, and it's fun, and you can almost be relied upon to be able to get someone into the Brawlers Guild. So, how do you get into the Brawlers Guild first? Another new system that comes with Mr. Pandaria is the Black Market Auction House. This is where you can bid against other players for rare or unobtainable items. So this could be like mounts or transmog, you know, tier from Nax in original like, level 60 Nax gear, for example. And
What's
one
my
of the
warrior's
things that's
name?
on there is an invitation to the Brawlers Guild. Now, during the expansion, these of course will get cheaper and cheaper as more people get into the Brawlers Guild, and they can invite other people to the Brawlers Guild that will then be able to invite other people to the Brawlers Guild. So they eventually will get cheap, but to start with, I think they're going to be mega expensive. Because I, for one, will want to get into Brawlers Guild as soon as possible, just to tick it off,
All right,
really,
let's go
as
check
something that I
the
want to
rare.
achieve. So this is the first way. This is by just basically bidding against other players to get your invitation. The second way, as I've already alluded to, or flat out told you, is I get into rank 7 in the Brawlers Guild. So if you've bought your way in and you've battled through lots and lots of bosses, once you get to rank 7, you'll be able to get a Brawler's Pass to invite one of your friends in. And the final way, which is the reason why when Brawlers Guild launches is relevant, is the rare mobs in the PvP area, which come with the Landfall patch, which was 5.1, so this would have been the first major patch of Mr. Pandaria, or our Phase 2, is there's a few rare mobs around there that you can kill and they can drop it as well. Now, that's not got to be the way to get in. So what I mean by that is you can have Brawlers Guild in at the start and only have the Black Market Auction House or Invite as the only way to get in. And then in Phase 2, they would have it where now the rare mobs drop them as well. So now everybody can start getting in the second phase. But for the first phase, it's more of an exclusive club to be part of, which is exactly what Blizzard wanted it to be like in the first place. It wasn't meant to be super easy to get into, so that would achieve that if they brought it in the first phase but didn't have the actual rare mobs dropping the invitations until the second phase. So that's where it is, how you get in, and kind of what the point of doing it is. Now, is it actually hard? Now, these fights do get progressively harder as you go along, and some are harder for certain classes than others. You will very, very quickly learn what you've got to do on a boss. I don't particularly think that any of them are, like, impossible for any class in particular, but as you die to one a couple of times, you'll be like, oh, right, I need to move out of that, or, oh, right, I need to get out of range of the boss. Because some of the mechanics are super interesting, like from very basic being the third or fourth fight where this particular boss does a charge. If you don't move out of the charge, you get one shot. Simple as that. Or even one that goes up in the air and starts casting lightning bolts. If you don't get out of range of the boss's lightning bolts while he's up in the air, you're going to die. And also those lightning bolts could do with being interrupted as well. So some of them are really basic. The early ones, if you've got good damage, will just die very, very quickly. You'll nuke them down before you even notice that they have mechanics.
Should we do Blood Furnace now, or should we do Shattered Halls? I think we did Ramparts. We'll do Blood Furnace. Because I'm a little weirdo right now. Oh, I didn't mean to mute that.
Got it from absolutely nowhere, and then you'll be like, right, what just killed me? I need to avoid that. But then as you get through, like, rank 5, rank 6, and you're fighting bosses that have got 3 or 4 mechanics to worry about now, it takes a little bit longer to learn. But of course, we already know exactly what every single one of them does from private servers, and I'm sure there'll be step-by-step guides for the hardest ones that you're going to come across, which I'll probably do something like that at some point, I'm sure. Now, there's quite a lot of achievements to get as well if you're into achievements, and none of them are particularly difficult to get. Some of them even include some of the cool little mechanics that you can do around the Brawlers Guild, like going to vendors and buying rotten tomatoes and stuff like that to actually throw at the players
That sounds
fighting the mobs.
awesome.
Or don't throw them if you're cheering them on. If you're not cheering them on, yeah, throw tomatoes at their face. And when you're walking around the arena, you might be like, this ain't a very good view. You know, I really want to watch what's going on here. Well, you've got totems that you can click on to get a real cool arena view. And once you get to rank 8, you've got a very, very exclusive Zeppelin that flies around above the arena that you can use to watch
so cool.
the people struggling against the bosses as well. Now, honestly, I absolutely love
Brawlers Guild is such a cool idea, man. Like, what a fun idea. Honestly.
Brawlers Guild because it's great seeing sort of like loads of people that you know from the server all like in one place, all fighting and trying to help each other with like, oh no, this is how you kill this boss, or you know, you need to watch out for that. And ultimately it's quite fun to watch people fail. And I know that sounds really toxic, but it's true. You're all just stood around there, you basically wait in line for your turn, so it can take a while. You know, if you've got 5, 6 or maybe 60 people all stood there queued up waiting for their turn to have their fight. But what makes it fun is that you can stand there and watch them. It's not like they get instanced or phased or anything like that. You can literally watch every fight that happens. And because it's going to be quite exclusive, especially for the first week or two, it's not like the queues are going to be massive, because there is only going to be limited invitations on the black
I wonder
market
how that's going to
auction house.
work.
No one's going to be ranked 7 to be inviting other friends. So yeah, it's going to be quite cool to be amongst the first. And ultimately,
would
to
be
able to get to
really
rank 7
cool.
So you can invite one of your friends in who hasn't been lucky enough to actually afford one of the invitations from the black market auction house. Ultimately, like I say, it's just a great piece of content to be added in Mop Classic when we get it, and tons more content to come. So on the basis this started as a members only video, by the time you watch it, it could be public to anyone. So on that basis, probably subscribe, and if you're a member, thank you for being a member. If you're not a member, consider joining. See you on the next one.
See you on the next one. Hello. Scotty J here. See you on the next one. Hello. Got a necklace. Alright, we're just gonna keep going. Let's see. What else do we got here? So a bunch of the warrior talents. All of these rares will be so important in Mob Classic. These priest talents in Mob Classic. Oh, whoa, 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 whoa. Priest video. Priest gang. Oh, shit.
The priest in Mr. Pandaria goes through
This
some
one's a lot. 15 minutes almost.
fantastic changes, like Shadow Priest Devouring Plague now consuming all of your Shadow Orbs, which we'll definitely get into in the Shadow specific video. Discipline Priest having their Atonement range increased and having an absolutely amazing 1-minute cooldown added, being Spirit Shell. Overall in Mr. Pandaria, the Priest is just absolutely amazing, and if you like all 3 specs, or one of the specs in particular in Cataclysm, it just gets built upon. So it's not wildly different, but it's different enough to feel fresh and a little bit more overpowered. We'll get to all the changes in the spec specific class video that we'll be doing, so make sure you have a look in the playlist, which will be linked in the description, where over the next few weeks all of the priest different spec changes, talents, glyphs, everything will be in there, including short guides on how to play each spec as well. They'll be very short guides, so you'll only have a couple of minutes to watch it and you'll know exactly what you're doing, hopefully. But instead today we're going to be focusing on the talents. So first of all, your level 15 talents are actually CC/control talents. First of all, you got Void Tendrils, which is on a 30-second cooldown, and it summons
Void Tendrils. So we got like a little root here. Okay. Everybody's getting a lot of roots, which is pretty normal, I guess. Summons Shadowy Tendrils out of the ground, rooting up to 5 enemy targets within 8 yards of the caster. So it's also like from the caster. So you can actually kill the tendrils. They are their own targets. That's interesting. Okay.
Shadowy Tendrils out of the ground, rooting up to 5 enemy targets within 8 yards of the caster for 20 seconds. If you kill the tendril, it will cancel the effect. You can kind of consider this a priest's version of mass entangling roots. Yes, it's only going to affect 5 targets, but it's great if you're being attacked and you don't want those ads on you. You just pop Void Tendrils and run away. Next up is Psyfiend. Now this is on a 45-second cooldown and slightly less predictable. So this summons a Psyfiend that stands in place for 10 seconds. The Psyfiend casts a Psychic Terror on a nearby enemy within 20 yards every 2 seconds. This will always prefer things that are actually attacking the priest. Now the Psychic Terror causes enemies to flee for 30 seconds, and like any fear, damage caused may interrupt the effect. Now this one can be particularly dangerous to use in PvE in case it gets feared into a pack of mobs, whereas Void Tendrils is a lot more predictable and it's just keeping the things in place. Finally, Dominate Mind, which is going to be absolutely nothing new to you. This has just replaced Mind Control and now is a talent that you have to select rather than you getting it in your spellbook. But it controls a mind up to level 93 for 30 seconds, and it doesn't work versus mechanical beings. Now, like all CC abilities or control abilities, these will be useful at different times.
So what is it? Dominate Mind. Okay. 1.8 second cast. It's just mind control. Does not work versus mechanical beings.
Now, like all CC abilities or control abilities, these will be useful at different times. So on a specific boss, you might want to be able to mind control an ad where you take Dominate Mind. Or maybe on a different one, there's a lot of ads that are running around. It don't feel particular.
I don't think I've cast mind control on a Lundion a single time? I wonder.
particularly safe to be casting on them, so you've got Void Tendrils to root them in place so a tank can pick them up. And then in PvP, again, depending
Oh, that's
on
not
the
true.
copy you're coming
PvP probably.
across, will depend on which one of these you use. Level 30 is your movement talents, and all of these are actually really good. Body and Soul, firstly, is not going to be unfamiliar because it's a talent at the moment in Cataclysm, but whenever you cast Power Word, Shield, or Leap of Faith, you increase the target's movement speed by 60% for 4 seconds. Now, this is really good, but sometimes you're going to be Power Word shielding people that don't actually need the movement speed, so it's kind of good, but...
I've always liked this. When you cast Power Shield or Leap of Faith, you increase target's movement speed. I love Body and Soul. I think it is so cool. It's probably like, yeah. Oh, dude, and we get... Oh my gosh! We're gonna get feathers, aren't we?
Increase the target's movement speed by 60% for your movement talent.
Oh my god, angelic feathers are insane. That's insane, bro. That's gonna be sick, bro. I'm excited for feathers.
And all of these are actually really good. Body and Soul, firstly, is not going to be unfamiliar because it's a talent at the moment in Cataclysm, but whenever you cast Power Word, Shield, or Leap of Faith, you increase the target's movement speed by 60% for 4 seconds. Now, this is really good, but sometimes you're going to be Power Word shielding people that don't actually need the movement speed, so
I
it's
like
kinda
this talent.
good, but some of it might get wasted at times. Angelic Feather is absolutely amazing. You get 3 charges, and it's on a 10-second recharge. But you place a feather at a target location, and if allies walk through it, they gain 80% increased movement speed for 6 seconds. Now, 80% is absolutely massive.
That is a
Let's
lot.
focus on that first of all, because some sprints that are actual class abilities are only 70%. This is 80%, and for a decent amount of time as well. And you can pre-place them, so whoever needs them knows where they're going to go and get them. But if I'm completely honest, the best way to actually use this as a priest and be
just do
very
it for yourself.
selfish is with an @player macro. So you'll see people do that a lot. They might have 2 macros. They'll have one where they can just place this wherever they want, or
Yeah.
maybe on a specific person. So if you was doing a fight where it's actually a tank that needs to get out of the raid pretty quick, you can have a macro set to always just cast the Angelic Feather on them. So they're going to get the speed boost whenever they actually need it. And then you can have another one set up, which is just @player, so it'll always cast it at your feet, so you get the speed boost whenever you need it. And on the basis it's got 3 charges with a 10-second recharge, you can literally zoom around whenever you want. And then finally, Phantasm. So when you fade, you remove all movement impairing effects from yourself, and your movement speed is unhindered for 5
That
seconds.
seems pretty good.
Now, as a PvE player, this is one I just never
For
used.
PvP.
I've never really found a good use for it, but in PvP, I'm sure it's pretty
Like being able to go invis. Like, what is that?
around whenever you want. And then finally, Phantasm. So when you fade, you remove all movement impairing effects from yourself, and your movement speed is
Oh, I mean, this would be really good for like getting a fear off or something.
unhindered for 5 seconds. Now, as a PvE player, this is one I just never used. I've never really found a good use for it, but in PvP, I'm sure it's pretty god mode. And then at level 45, you're actually going to get something that's going to give you damage. So first of all, you've got From Darkness Comes Light. Now, this does 2 different things depending on what spec you are. So if you're Discipline or Holy, so you're a healer, you've got a 15% chance when you cast Smite or you cast a healing spell to cause your next flash heal to be instant cast and have no mana cost. And this has actually got 2 charges, so it's always nice to get free healing, but the other talents are arguably stronger than this. And then for Shadow, you get Surge of Darkness, where periodic damage from your Vampiric Touch has a 20% chance to cause your next Mind Spike to not consume your damage over time effects, and becomes instant
What does
cast,
that look like?
costs no mana, and
Can't
deals
see it.
50% additional damage. This also has 2 charges. Now, honestly, while it does sound really good, you're probably still not going to use this very often unless it's a very heavy multi-dotting fight where you've got lots and lots of Vampiric Touches up. Mindbender's a really good talent as well. It's only on a 1-minute cooldown with a 40-yard range, and it basically just replaces your Shadow Fiend. Because it grants you an improved version of the Shadow Fiend that is substantially more effective at dealing damage and generating mana. Now, this does actually hit pretty hard, I'll be honest with you, and it can be used as any spec of Priest. And if it's a particularly heavy...
Kind of missed it. Okay, so what is it? Mindbender. It's like another pet. Creates a Mindbender to attack the target for the caster, and it replaces Shadow Fiend. It receives more mana. So receive 1.75% mana.
Fiend. It's only on a 1-minute cooldown with a 40-yard range, and it basically just replaces your Shadow Fiend. Because it grants you an improved version of the Shadow Fiend that is substantially more effective at dealing damage and generating mana. Now this does
Interesting.
actually hit pretty hard, I'll be honest with you, and it can be used as any spec of priest. And if it's a particularly heavy movement fight, it can be really good because obviously you can just pop it while you're moving. It's going to do damage, it's going to give mana back. Like, it's an absolute solid talent and it will be used a lot. And you'll really, most of the time as something like Shadow, be switching between this and the next talent we're going to talk about, which is Solace and Insanity. So firstly, as Discipline and Holy, you gain the Power Word Solace ability. So what Power Word Solace does is on a 10-second cooldown, it strikes an enemy, dealing instant damage and then more damage over time. And it also restores 1% max mana. So you can see why as a healer, using this once every 10 seconds and getting 1% mana is particularly good. Not only that, damage dealt by Power Word Solace will instantly heal a nearby low health friendly target within 40 yards from the enemy for 100%. Only that,
Let me see that
instant
again.
damage.
Strike an enemy with the power of the heavens, dealing damage or an additional damage over 7 seconds. So it's like Holy Fire kind of. Restores mana. Damage dealt by Solace will instantly heal a nearby low health friendly target for 100% of the damage. So this is just an improved Holy Fire that also gives mana back.
And then more damage over time. And it also restores 1% max mana. So you can see why as a healer, using this once every 10 seconds and getting 1% mana is particularly good. Not only that, damage dealt by Power Word Solace will instantly heal a nearby low health friendly target within 40 yards from the enemy for 100% of the damage dealt, or 50% when it's healing you. And this replaces Holy Fire, and it's instant, so you can even use this while you're moving, which is really nice. So actually
Wow.
being able to use this for Atonement as a Disc Priest, let's say. We will
That seems
come to
pretty
the
good.
Shadow portion of it in a second. Whilst you're moving, you'll be able to use this as an instant cast and get mana back. And also if you glyph Penance, on the negative of it costing a bit more mana for Penance, you can actually Penance while moving as well. So you can just keep that Atonement healing up while you're on the move, which is really
Wait, does the Penance do damage now and create Atonement? Is that something that changes in MoB? Can you penance the boss for Atonement healing?
nice. Because both Smite, Holy Fire, which would then be Power Word,
When you deal damage with Smite. Oh my gosh, they added Penance to Atonement. You instantly heal the nearby low health friendly target for 90% of the damage dealt. So it's 90%. Interesting. I thought it was always 100%. The priest is healed through Atonement. The effect is 50%.
Solace, and Penance all generate Atonement healing. Now for Shadow, casting Mind Flay while your target is affected by your Devouring Plague causes your Mind Flay to deal 33% additional damage per orb consumed by Devouring Plague. Now this is absolutely huge because taking this talent doesn't really change your rotation much. It's not an extra ability that you got to press, it's just a really, really strong passive, and it's particularly strong if you're standing still because as you noticed, you're going to want to maximize the amount of Mind Flays you're getting.
What is it saying?
It's not. This is absolutely 3% additional damage.
Casting Mind Flay while the target is affected by Devouring Plague causes your Mind Flay to deal 33% additional damage per orb consumed by Devouring Plague. So you can get... It's just based off damage. Okay.
Per orb consumed by Devouring Plague. Now this is absolutely huge because taking this talent doesn't really change your rotation much. It's not an extra ability that you got to press, it's just a really, really strong passive, and it's particularly strong if you're standing still because as you noticed, you're going to want to maximize the amount of Mind Flays you're getting out after you've done a Devouring Plague. So if it's a particularly heavy movement fight and you're not really getting to stand there and cast Mind Flay after Mind Flay constantly following a Devouring Plague, then Mindbender might be the better option. Overall, this row of talents are amazing, and I'm sure you'll play about with each of them in different situations. Next up at level 60 is the Survival row. So first of all, you got Desperate Prayer, which is just a 2-minute instant heal on the caster for 30% of their total health. Not really a
Desperate Prayer. That's always pretty good, but in my opinion, kinda, it's just like a really powerful health stone, which is not bad. But it typically doesn't really affect too much.
lot to say
Probably
here.
good in PvP. Very good in PvP. I don't find that sort of thing too powerful in PvE.
It's just a nice talent if you need an emergency heal. Spectral, guys, is absolutely amazing. It's only on a 30-second cooldown, and your shadow blurs into the
Your shadow blurs into the darkness, leaving you in a true form behind. As a shadow, you are stealthed but remain in combat. Last 6 seconds or until your true form is hit by 3 direct attacks. So this is crazy for getting fears off.
Darkness, leaving your true form behind. As a shadow, you're stealthed but remain in combat. Now, this lasts 6 seconds or until your true form is hit by 3 direct attacks. Now, this looks absolutely fantastic. It's so strong in PvP, and there is so many ways that you can utilize this in PvE as well. Now, I could sit here all day talking about a use case for this in so many situations in raids. Yes, it's amazing in PvP, don't get me wrong, but being able to break things like fixate. So if you got Fuck, for example, if it fixates on you, you can shadow guys and break it. There's loads of effects where you get targeted, and it works like just vanishing, basically. It will just reset the boss's cast time, so there'll be a lot of cheesing that goes on with this mechanic. In all fairness, I think every priest should use this and just start to learn where and when they can use it really, really sensibly, because it's like an amazing ability. And then finally, Angelic Bulwark.
If you got Shadow Meld, I mean, honestly, he's overrating that a little bit in PvE terminology, I think. Mythic Plus can be really strong, but like that, we don't have that.
Where if you're lazy, it's just a passive that is fire and forget. By fire, I mean you just bang the talent in and then you never need to worry about it again. Because anytime a damaging attack brings you below 30% health, you just get a shield that's equal to 20% of your total health, lasting 20 seconds. It can only happen every 90 seconds, but it's just nice. You just haven't got to think about it. If it's a fight where you know you're not going to use Spectral Guys, you haven't got to worry about when you're low health using Desperate Prayer. This will just kind of just cover you and hopefully keep you alive.
What is this one? Angelic Bulwark. Anytime a damage attack brings you below 30% health, you get an absorb shield equals to 20% of your total health, lasting 20 seconds. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Honestly, I don't remember what the other two were. The guys. We didn't see the third one yet.
It can only happen every 90 seconds, but it's just nice. You just haven't got to think about it. If it's a fight where you know you're not going to use Spectral Guys, you haven't got to worry about when you're low health using Desperate Prayer. This Desperate Prayer.
Yeah. I wonder what would be better. That seems pretty strong. Just having something like that is usually kind of strong, honestly.
Cover you and hopefully keep you alive if you're getting near death. We're getting to the good stuff now. The level 75
power infusion,
because all of these are absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. Sounds like it should be on the thumbnail. Touch clickbait. First of all, we've got Twist
Dang,
of Fate,
he says it every time, huh?
So after damaging or healing a target below 35% health, you deal 15% increased damage.
So after damaging a target below 35% health, you deal 15% increased damage and healing. So you get an execute, but also for healing. I mean, that's pretty good. Especially if you can, like, snipe this. If there's, like, I mean, it would just be a flat 15% healing increase if you're sniping low health targets. That would be kind of interesting.
And healing for 10 seconds. Now, I gotta be honest, Twist of Fate is so OP. I just see every Shadow Priest and every Disc Priest using this because sniping adds that are low on health, so you...
Holy shit, it's like he knows what I'm gonna say, guys. He knows what I'm gonna say. I can make this video.
You get this buff up as much as possible. I mean, it is really overpowered. So while we'll talk about the other talents, I do genuinely believe that the vast majority of priests are going to be running Twist of Fate. Power Infusion will be nothing new, but if you want to gain it, the only way you get it now is through talents. So on a 2-minute cooldown, it infuses the priest with power, increasing haste by 20%, all damage by 5%.
Is it only personal? Thank God. Funnel mechanics like this are so disruptive.
And reduces the mana cost of all spells by 20%. I've got to be honest, as any spec of priest, you wouldn't use this, even if you thought you was going to use it and just be that support class where you can buff someone else, because it is only on the priest now. And then finally, Divine Insight. Divine Insight's quite a nice one, even though I still think Twist of Fate is definitely the best out of the three. But firstly, for Discipline, when you cast Penance, there's a 100% chance that your next Power Word Shield will both ignore and not cause the Weaken Soul effect, which is not too bad. For Holy, when you cast Greater Heal or Prayer of
Interesting.
Healing, there's a 40% chance that your next Prayer of Mending will not trigger its cooldown and will jump to each target instantly. As Holy, I absolutely love that. I really do like this.
Wait a second, huh?
To each target, there's a 40% chance.
When you greater heal or prayer of healing, there's a 40% chance your next prayer of mending will not trigger its cooldown and will jump to each target instantly. Your next prayer of mending will not, so you can just spam prayer mendings? That would be sick.
That your next Prayer of Mending will not trigger its cooldown and will jump to each target instantly. As Holy, I absolutely love that. I really do like this talent, but specifically as Holy, but you're going to see far more Disc Priest and Shadow Priest and Holy Priest, especially in the first phase. And then finally for Shadow, periodic damage from your Shadow Word Pain has a 5% chance to reset the cooldown of Mind Blast and cause your next Mind Blast within 12 seconds to be instant and cost no mana. Now I want to touch on this just a little bit, because if you're on a fight that's got a lot of movement and you was to think about combining Divine Insight and From Darkness Comes Light as well for Surge of Darkness, so your periodic damage from Shadow Word Pain has got a chance to make Mind Blast instant, your multi-dotting with Vampiric Touch to give you a chance to make Mind Spike instant, combining those two together on heavy movement fights with lots of mobs to multi-dot actually can be quite strong. But as I say, that's just an option. Most of the time, you're going to run Twist of Fate.
Twist of
and
Fate.
then finally, the level 90 talents, where you're going to see most people using Halo. Firstly, because it just looks so bloody
It's a
good.
Halo,
And secondly,
Halo.
because it's really strong. So let's start with Halo. On a 40-second cooldown, it creates a ring of holy energy around you and quickly expands and grows in power up to 30 yards away. This deals holy damage to everyone it hits and a lot of healing to every ally it hits. And its greatest effect is at 20.
Dude, Scotty J's got such great B-roll, you know? Like, everything is always, like, irrelevant, like, to the thing he's talking about. Like, yeah.
25 yards. Now this deals shadow damage and healing while in shadow form, so again, even for AoE and just burst heals for the raid at the same time, it's incredibly strong for both specs of healers and for Shadow Priest as well. The most important thing about this is that effectiveness, where it's greatest at 25 yards. You'll have to get good at judging that 25-yard distance, or probably everyone's going to use a weak aura where it will show that you're at the right distance, because it does make a big difference. You don't want to be stood on top of everything that you're about to press Halo on. You're better
Ban
off
weak auras.
moving out, using Halo, and then moving back in. And obviously while you're moving, you'd be doing your dots, or you'd be shielding if you're a Disc Priest, or you know what I mean. You'd be
Ban
doing
weak
those
auras.
globals. But in a stacked position, Halo is not that strong. You might actually be better off with one of the others. So Divine Star is a 15-second cooldown, so you can use this a lot more frequently, and it fires a Divine Star in front of you, traveling 24 yards. Now,
This is so cool. This is like Ari. Like, I like this ability more than Halo, but I could see Halo probably being better. I just like this idea of like a skill shot heal. That's so cool.
Divine damage to all enemies hit and healing to every ally hit within 4 yards of its path. After reaching its destination, it will return to you, also dealing damage and healing to all targets in its path as well. Now this does spell shadow damage and healing while in shadow form. Now honestly, this is a great option. I really like Divine Star. I'll be honest with you, between all three, even though I run Halo the vast majority of the time, Divine Star is an absolute solid talent and a definite option. And because
I might
it's got
go
kind of a boomerang effect, if you've got everyone stacked and you're just stood slightly behind, you're going to be doing all that damage and all that healing twice, and it's got such a short cooldown that you're firing it off pretty regularly. And then finally, Cascade. So this launches a holy bolt at the target that grows in power as it travels. So it causes damage to an enemy and healing to an ally, and this effect can bounce from allies to other allies or from enemies
That
to
seems
other
fun.
enemies. And
That seems fun.
each time it bounces, it will split into 2 bolts, preferring targets further away and never hitting the same target twice. Cascade can bounce up to 3 times. Again, if you're in shadow form, it does shadow damage. Now, honestly, as weird as it sounds,
Honestly,
it comes down
Ron.
to all positional here. Halo, in perfect situations where you're 25 yards away, is always going to be the highest DPS if you're shadow. If everyone's loosely spread and all over the place, Cascade could be a good option because it's going to bounce around and always go to the furthest targets. Divine Star if everyone's in a line. Halo if you can be at that perfect 25-yard distance. Next up for the Priest is going to be the Glyph, so make sure you subscribe and like and all of that jazz, because there's tons of MOP videos coming out over the next few months, well, in the lead up to launch obviously, and I'll be covering every class so you can really build up your knowledge on every class, spec, change, talent, glyph, absolutely everything. So again, like and subscribe, and I'll see you on the next one.
Like, comment, and subscribe. Alright, we got some gloves. Honestly, Ron. Put those back on. Put those back on. I'm gonna sell those. What the hell is that? I didn't do this quest. Oh, I didn't do it. Oh, I didn't do it. Don't care. I got what you need. Really? Really, buddy? Alright, let's find a mailbox. That's a guild bank. I'm looking for a mailbox. Put these on there for the bank alt. And then we're gonna do, what do we got here? Leather for Boradori. And then Boradora gets the plate. We got a card. I didn't mean to be here in STV right now. I need to go to Darnassus. I can take this boat. Where does this even take me? To the Barrens? Like, what is the best way to go to Dalaran, guys? Not Dalaran, Darnassus. I don't even know. Azuremist Isle, Ellen Forest. It's probably from Stormwind, huh? I would. Druid changes. Resto Druid gets insanely good changes in MOP. Paladin changes. Every glyph changed. Mop, Mage, Warrior, Hunter, Priest, Shaman. Dang, dude, he is making crazy.
The Restoration Druid in Mr. Pandaria.
How talents change in Mop Classic. Alright, let's see.
The Druid in Mr. Pandaria goes through tons of changes. That's Resto, Boomy, and specifically Feral, because Feral actually has two specs now. It's got Guardian and it's got Feral DPS, so you've got a bear spec and a cat spec. Each class on this channel is going to have a mini-series where it's split into playlists. This will be the Druid. In this video, we're looking at the talents, and what you'll find in this playlist when it's complete will be 3 separate videos on Resto, Balance, and Feral, so you can just watch what you're interested in, and then finally a guide for each of them as well. Just a short couple of minutes, this is how you play it in MOP. So with the talent system overhaul, you'll notice now you get a choice every 15 levels of 3 talents. For level 15, it's movement based, so you're either going to have Feline Swiftness, which just increases your movement speed all the time by 15%, Displacer Beast, which teleports the Druid up to 20 yards forward, activating cat form and increasing movement speed by 50% for 4 seconds, which is particularly cool because it's a bit of a blink/dash. Blash?
Huh?
Let's see these
With
talents
the
again.
talent system overhaul, you'll notice now you get a choice every 15 levels of 3 talents. For level 15, it's movement based, so you're either going to have feline swiftness, which just increases your movement speed all the time by 15%.
I mean, that's always good to have more movement speed.
Displacer beast, which teleports
I think this is probably the go-to talent, if I remember correctly. Being able to blink and you get a fucking dash, like, that's just so useful.
the druid up to 20 yards forward, activating cat form and increasing movement speed by 50% for 4 seconds, which is particularly cool because it's a bit of a blink slash dash. Flash? Nah. Wild Charge, which is probably my personal favourite, which is actually useful in
Bound backwards, I get disengaged. Travel form is a dash. Fly to an ally's position. Like, this is a very cool one and kind of a gamer choice. The fact that it has like a different option for every form is really cool. But I don't know. Honestly, Displacer Beast is just kind of crazy. Yeah.
every single form now. So if you're not shapeshifted, you fly to an ally's position. If you're in bear form, it's a charge and an immobilize for 4 seconds. If you're in cat form, you'll leap behind an enemy, dazing them for 3 seconds. If you're moonkin, it's a bit like a disengage for hunters. Travel form causes you to leap forward by 20 yards. An aquatic form increases the swim speed by an additional 150% for 5 seconds. Now this is such a unique ability. Up until now we've been used to having feral charge where it will work in both bear and cat, but now having these other useful charges depending on which form you're in is extremely useful. At level 30 you're going to get your healing talent, so the first one being every 5 seconds, it just heals you for 5% of your maximum health. But if you're at full health,
I remember this being pretty good. Every 5 seconds heals for 5% of your maximum health. If you are at full health, the most injured person. So it's every 5 seconds. I mean, it's just permanently always healing something, right?
the most injured nearby ally will be healed instead. Now this is just a great passive that you don't need to worry about, and you're actually going to help out people around you if you're not in need of healing yourself. Renewal is a 2-minute cooldown that instantly heals the druid for 30% max health, and this is usable in all forms. And
That's
finally,
PvP.
Cenarian Ward, which is on a 30-second cooldown, and it protects a friendly target, causing any damage taken to heal the target for 30k every 2 seconds for 6 seconds. Gaining
I'm pretty sure most wrestler druids just go Ysera's Gift.
the healing effect consumes the Cenarian Ward, and this is usable in all forms. Now, Cenarian Ward is not one I use, but it can be really good as a tank, because as a bear, just using this every 30 seconds and then you're getting 6 seconds worth of healing when you get hit is actually pretty strong. I'll be honest with you, Gift is the one that I use the most, just because
Yeah.
I'm lazy. At level 45...
I don't even think it's just lazy. I feel like it's just value. Like, that's just a lot. 5% every 5 seconds, and it never gets wasted because it's always going to hit somebody who needs it.
You've got your CC talent. So Fairy Swarm, first of all, grants an improved version of Fairy Fire that also reduces the target's movement speed by 50% for 15 seconds. Being able to use this as a ranged slow in PvP as a feral is actually super strong. I mean, not necessarily feral, every spec of druid, but, you know, as feral where you're trying to close a gap, and let's say Wild Charge is on cooldown, Fairy Fire to get close to him, pretty sick. Mass Entanglement is exactly how it sounds, so it roots your target in place
wait,
for 30
what is
seconds
that?
and be sick. Close a gap for strong. Use this as reduces the target's movement
Reduce the target's movement speed by 50%? That's crazy. 15-second? That's crazy. Dang, dude, that's actually crazy.
speed by 50% for 15 seconds. Being able to use this as a ranged slow in PvP as a feral is actually super strong. I mean, not necessarily feral, every spec of druid, but, you know, as feral where you're trying to close a gap, and let's say Wild Charge is on cooldown, Fairy Fire to get close to him, pretty sick. Mass Entanglement is exactly how it sounds, so it roots your target in place for 30 seconds and spreads to additional nearby enemies, and then damage caused may interrupt the effect. And this is usable in all forms as well. And then, of course, Typhoon. We all know what Typhoon is. It's
Yep.
just a nice knockback. It just summons a violent Typhoon that strikes the target in front of the caster within 30 yards, knocking them back and dazing them for 6 seconds. Now, this is also usable in all forms. Now moving on to the more interesting talents, at level 60 is where you're going to get your first real DPS talents. You've got Soul of the Forest. So as a balanced druid, your Wrath, Starfire and Star Surge casts have an 8% chance to cause your next Astral Communion to instantly grant 100 lunar or solar power. Whilst you'll find out exactly what Astral Communion is when we get to the balance changes, I might as well tell you what it is now. Astral Communion is a channeled ability which grants you 25 lunar or solar energy every second for 4 seconds, and it will generate the power type most beneficial to you. So if I use it at the moment completely balanced with 0-0, it's going to take me over into Lunar. Now this is a great way to get from one to the other, of course, especially if there's downtime during a fight. If you've got downtime because a boss is transitioning and you're not in an Eclipse state, you can just Astral Communion quickly to get into that state. That's why this talent is actually really strong, because you've got an 8% chance to make you be able to just do an instant cast Astral Communion to instantly get you.
That's kind of cool, I guess.
Solar power, whichever way you need to go. For Feral DPS, your finishing moves grant 4 energy per combo point. So if you're doing a 5-point combo point finisher, you're going to get 20 energy back. And that's particularly, this is one that I use a lot for Feral. And again, when we get into the Feral videos, you'll see why. For Guardian, Mangle Bear now generates 30% more rage and deals 15% more damage. So just a very nice passive bonus to one of your hardest hitting abilities. And finally for Resto, you gain 100% haste for your next spell when you cast Swiftmend. So after a Swiftmend, being able to get Soul of the Forest to then do a really heavily hasted Wild Growth is absolutely insane. Soul of the Forest overall is just a great talent for pretty much every spec, to be honest with you. But then Incarnation. So Incarnation is a big 3-minute cooldown that grants a superior shapeshifting form appropriate to your specialization for 30 seconds. You can freely shapeshift in and out of this form for the duration of Incarnation.
I feel like this is probably the go-to pick.
25% increased arcane and nature damage. Now this is only while Eclipse is active, but getting 25% extra damage is obviously massive. King of the Jungle gives you an improved cat form that allows the use of all abilities which normally require stealth, and allows the use of prowl while in combat, and removes the positional requirement of Ravage. So this basically brings Ravage online for 30 seconds as part of your DPS rotation, which is obviously really good. I'd say particularly for burst fights. Really, I think for long sustained fights, I still prefer Soul of the Forest for Feral, to be honest. For Guardian, it's going to give you an improved bear form that reduces the cooldown on melee damage abilities and growl to 1.5 seconds, so basically for 30 seconds, rage allowing, you can just spam and never need to worry about losing aggro. And for Restoration, it gives you your big Tree of Life, and it increases healing done by 15%, increases your armor by 120%, and enhances Life Bloom, Wild Growth, Regrowth, and Entangling Roots. For Resto Druids, this will be nothing new to you. Obviously, you'll be able to put Life Bloom on unlimited targets. It makes Regrowth instant cast. It's all the things that you're already used to with Tree of Life. That basically is Tree of Life now, because you don't get Tree outside of that in Mr. Pandaria. And then finally, Force of Nature, which again, these treants act differently depending on what spec you're in. So on a 20-second recharge, and each one lasts 15 seconds, for balance, it just stands there casting Wrath and will cast Entangling Roots. For Feral, it just melees for physical damage and will cast Entangling Roots. For Guardian, it just melees for a lower amount of physical damage, and it will use Taunt. So this kind of...
Let me figure this out. Use the uncooked ribs near a stove or campfire to cook them, and then use them to feed. Okay, so we cook the ribs. Okay, we got the ribs, and then we're going to use this to feed sentinels. Okay.
That makes Force of Nature, or your treants, whatever you want to call them, a little bit like Army for Feral tanks. And then finally for Resto, it just heals a nearby injured ally for 8.9k, and will use Swiftmend. Honestly, they might sound good, but unless anything else is found out about them that I don't already know, they're fairly lackluster in comparison to the other two talents. At level 75, we'll fly through these because it really is just CC abilities again. So you're going to have Disorientating Roar, which invokes the spirit of Ursul to roar, disorientating all enemies within 10 yards for 3 seconds. Now this is actually really strong in certain places, like if you're doing gold challenge modes, for example, and there's a big pack of casters all casting at the same time, you can disorientate in Roar, essentially using it as a mass interrupt. Ursul's Vortex you'll already be very familiar with, where it basically slows anyone that goes near it and pulls them back in when they try and move away. And then Mighty Bash, which is basically an improved bash because it can be used in all shapeshift forms, and it lasts 5 seconds on a 50-second cooldown. Overall, depending on the fight and what's going on, will depend on what talent you use there, because all of them have got a good use case in certain situations. And finally, the big boy level 90 talents. First of all, you got Heart of the Wild. Now, this is quite a long one. That's what she said. But it increases stamina, agility, and intellect by 6% at all times, so it's just a really nice static buff no matter what, even if you don't use any other part of this talent. But basically, when you use this on a 6-minute cooldown, it's going to give you 45 seconds of where you can fill another role. So to give you a real example of what you're probably experiencing right now, there's only really one crossover that's any problem at all. That's red, yellow, green, black. Now, you really want to use 2 healers on that fight, and most people will. If you've got 2 slightly weaker healers, and all you want to do is be able to get through that one particular, like 45-second portion of the fight, and you don't need a 3rd healer anywhere else, this is the sort of place where this can come in really handy. Where if there's just one portion of a fight where actually you could do with a 2nd tank, just for this one small period of time, or you could do with extra damage, or you could do with an extra healer. So this actually, on a fight-by-fight basis, can be extremely strong. Because let's say you're not a Guardian Druid. We'll say you're a Resto Druid. While you use this and you're in bear form, your agility, expertise, hit, and armor bonuses are increased. So vengeance is granted as well, and the chance to be hit by melee critical strikes is reduced. Basically, for 45 seconds, no matter what spec you are, this turns you into a tank. So again, if you're doing a boss in MOP and there's just this one small period where you're having to use a 2nd tank, but you've got any spec of Druid in the group that isn't obviously a Guardian, or it would be pointless, you can just get them to use this and take over tanking for 45 seconds. Again, even if you never use the secondary bits that we're talking about now, just the flat 6% agility, intellect, and stamina is still huge anyway. If you're not a Feral Druid, it makes you do more damage in cat form because it gives you more agility, hit, expertise. If you're not Resto, it's going to reduce the mana cost of all your spells by 100%, and it lets Guardian Druids be able to cast Rejuve while shapeshifted. So as a tank Druid, this is absolutely insane. To be able to use this and be throwing rejuves out while you're still tanking. Honestly, even though it's not a talent that I use a great deal, you can already see how many good use cases there would be for it. And then finally, if you're not a balanced druid, you're going to get hit capped, and all your damage spells cost 100% less mana. So if you was a Resto Druid, for example, and it's the end of the fight, and it's like on 2%, 3%, and it's starting to wipe.
Do they do damage, though? Like, I guess so. Mana cost of all healing spells. Interesting.
Just pop this and send damage. Now, Dream of Cenarius is my favourite talent. So the Emerald Dream grants a benefit which varies by your combat specialisation. So firstly, as balance, increases healing from Healing Touch by 20%, and casting Healing Touch increases the damage bonus of your next Eclipse by 25%. Now, for all of these specs, I'll be completely honest with you, this talent isn't for everyone. Yes, Dream of Cenarius, even as a balanced druid, and making sure that you weave in healing touches, will probably provide more DPS executed right than any of the other talents. But it's got a much, much bigger margin for error, and that's across all druid specs. So I do see, in terms of passing and maximum damage, this is going to be the talent that a balanced druid would use.
What does this do? The Emerald Dream grants a bonus benefit to your current specialization. Increases healing from Healing Touch. Increase in casting Healing Touch. Increases the damage bonus for your next Eclipse. What the fuck, dude? That's weird. I need to hear him talk about this again.
Balanced druid, you're going to get hit capped, and all your damage spells cost 100% less mana. So if you was a Resto Druid, for example, and it's the end of the fight, and it's like on 2%, 3%, and it's starting to wipe, just pop this and send damage. Now, Dream of Cenarius is my favourite talent. So the Emerald Dream grants a benefit which varies by your combat specialisation. So firstly, as balance, increases healing from Healing Touch by 20%, and casting Healing Touch increases the damage bonus of your next Eclipse by 25%. Now, for all of these specs, I'll be completely honest with you, this talent isn't for everyone. Yes, Dream of Cenarius, even as a balanced druid, and making sure that you weave in healing touches, will probably provide more DPS executed right than any of the other talents. But it's got a much, much bigger margin for error, and that's across all druid specs. So I do see, in terms of passing and maximum damage, this is going to be the talent that a balanced druid would use. But for someone a bit more casual, don't want too much complexity, just wants to even be like me and be lazy in raids, something like Heart of the Wild would probably be better. However, for Feral, I would say this talent is non-negotiable. It increases healing from Healing Touch by 20%, and casting Healing Touch causes your next 2 melee abilities to deal 30% additional damage. Now, the way you use this as
Snapshot.
Feral is you're going to be using Predatory Swiftness, which causes your Healing Touch to be instant cast, and you're going to be using it to get really, really strong bleeds on. So before you cast a Rip, you're going to want to make sure that you got a Predatory Swiftness to be able to heal yourself, so your Rip and then probably a Rake directly after, or possibly even a Thrash, is going to do 30% more damage for its entire duration. For Feral DPS, learning how to use this talent, well, firstly, it's a lot of fun. It makes the Feral rotation absolutely amazing. And secondly, I truly believe that if you want to do reasonably well as a Feral Druid, this talent isn't negotiable. For Guardian, again, surprise, surprise, it increases the healing done by Healing Touch by 20%, but it also increases the critical strike chance of your Mangle in bear form by 10%, and your Mangle bear critical strikes have a 40% chance to make your next Healing Touch or Rebirth instant, free, and castable in all forms. It also causes it to benefit from attack power instead of spell power. Outside of Heart of the Wild, this is what I would use as a Feral tank. To be fair, this is
What is this?
power instead of spell power. Outside of Heart of the Wild, this is what I would use as a Feral tank. To be fair, this is the talent I would use as Feral, full stop, whether it's tank or DPS. Because being able to so frequently have those instant heals that are going to do a lot, on top of the fact that they're going to do more because they're scaling with attack power now and you're going to have Vengeance, I think there's a good argument to use this over Heart of the Wild. Even though 6% stamina and agility as a bear is absolutely huge, I think if you need or you like to be very self-sufficient, Dreamer Cenarius is probably the way to go. But that is if you want a lot of self-sustainability. If you don't need it for maximum damage, maximum threat, maximum output, of course, Heart of the Wild is the way to go. And finally, the Atonement Druid. So it increases Wrath damage by 20%, and your Wrath spells cause a nearby ally to be healed for 100% of the damage done. Now, there's not really a lot to say there. It is actually something that I like to use in dungeons as a Resto Druid. I wouldn't use it in raids. And then finally, Nature's Vigil. I personally see this as quite a good talent, but it's not exceptional. I think for every spec of Druid, you could use Nature's Vigil, but it's kind of the easy, I'll just press this every 1.5 minutes option, rather than actually getting the most out of your level 90 talent. Because what it does increases all damage and healing done by 12% for 30 seconds, and while active, all single target healing spells also damage a nearby enemy, and this will be for 25% of the healing done, and all single target healing and damage spells and abilities also heal a nearby friendly target for 25% of the amount done. So like you can see, it's a little damage boost, 12%, which is not bad, don't get me wrong, for 30 seconds, and it's going to help out doing a bit of healing, or if you're a healer, it's going to help out doing a bit of damage. But overall, as a DPS, you're going to get more than that 12% damage buff for the 30 seconds out of either of the other talents, in my opinion. And I do say in my opinion because remember, as we get Sims updated for MOP and stuff like that, my opinion won't be opinion anymore, it will be fact. I'll be telling you factually, accurately, which one of these talents is best. But at the moment, can kind of just go off of private server experience, and for any of you that know me, I've been playing a lot of MOP over the last couple of years, so yeah. But that's the Druid talents anyway, and I wanted to do the talents separately to all of the other videos, so it doesn't matter whether you're Boomy, Resto, Feral, whatever you are, it's going to be relevant to you. And then the next video is going to be broken down by spec, so if you don't care about Boomy, don't watch the Boomy video. If you don't care about Feral, don't watch the Feral video. But I will, over the next couple of months, put all of these into their individual class playlist as well. So if you enjoyed the video, be sure to like and subscribe. And
That was pretty
the
good.
Restoration Druid in Mr. Pandaria goes
Kind of interesting. Druid has a lot of stuff going on. Like that's one of the most complicated fucking classes I've ever fucking seen, man. Like between Symbiosis and Dream of Cenarius and fucking Heart of the Wild, like they got some complicated fucking shit going on, man. Like that is bonkers, bro. Like that's insane. There's all those like really weird fucking talents, man. Yeah. I don't know. Let's see. Maybe we could find something that's like a bit more Hunter MOP. Let's see. New Hunter changes in Mist of Pandaria.
The Hunter will receive so many new changes in Mist of Pandaria. We are talking about new glyphs, abilities, and even talents. In Cataclysm, you only had to focus on hit, but in Mist of Pandaria, you will now also need to focus on achieving a decent amount of expertise to make sure your range attacks are not being dodged. This is why some of your PvP equipment will also provide this stat. But the good thing is that since you're using range attacks, your attacks cannot be parried, and therefore you won't need to be behind the target. Another major change is that now you'll only be using a ranged weapon. You would not like to equip melee weapons, as you will then not be able to use your gun, bow or crossbow. Another positive change is that now you can shoot at no matter what range, yeah, even if you were, for example, in melee range. This is honestly
Really?
such a massive change, and it makes the hunter gameplay even easier, as you don't really have to focus on using melee abilities. A minor glyph to also be looking out for is this. It allows your pet to be looting at range, so you don't even need to move to the corpse yourself. And because we also have AoE looting in Mist of Pandaria,
Oh,
then it makes
they do have AoE looting in Mist of Pandaria. Well, guys, isn't that just interesting? I did not know that.
looting a lot easier and also gold making. For those of you that would like to celebrate something, Glyph of Fireworks gives you a new ability where you'll be shooting fireworks in the air. It doesn't really do anything besides an illusion or, well, this animation. In Cataclysm, Rapid Fire was a 5 minutes cooldown. In Mist of Pandaria, it has been reduced to 3 minutes. Your Revive Pet is also going to be casted a lot quicker, and this is no matter the specialization, so it's not like you have to play as Beast Mastery. But talking about a BM Hunter, Kill Command now has a 25 yards range instead of 5 yards like it used to be. This allows your pet to deal a decent amount of damage even before reaching the target, and remember, you can always increase your pet's damage by activating your Bestial Wrath. Instead of having a 2 minutes cooldown, it now only has a 1 minute cooldown. By the time you reach max level, you can pick between 3 different talents. The first one being Barrage. This is where you quickly fire a lot of attacks to all nearby enemies. So you can use it to deal a lot of cleave damage, and you can even move at the same time. The biggest downside is that there's a chance that you'll break nearby CCs or even pull nearby enemies. Next up is Power Shot, and I mainly use this in PvP basically because not only does it deal a lot of damage, but you can also use it to knock back a target.
That's kind of cool.
Not really that useful in PvE situations, but in PvP it can even guarantee you a kill. If there's an enemy, you can for example shoot down a mountain, or well, to be taking a lot of fall damage and simply end up dying. The last level 90 talent is Glaive Toss. This is where you'll be firing 2 glaives towards the target, and it will deal damage to that target, but also all nearby enemies. It will slow their movement speed by 30% for 3 seconds, but also when the glaives are going back to the hunter. I usually don't play with this talent that often, mainly because I don't like the damage it deals, and 30% slow isn't that great. But the positive thing is that it's only a 15 seconds cooldown. That being said, I'm not saying it's a completely wasted talent. I mean, Barrage, yeah, it is fun to use, but then again, you can also do so many mistakes. I mean, I've seen so many hunters do things in heroics, where they, for example, ninja pull every single creature, and in the end, it could result in a wipe. But then again, it is a very fun spell, or well, ability to be using. In Cataclysm, we got Camouflage. In Mist of Pandaria, this can now also be used in combat. When you use it in combat, it will last for 6 seconds. As a BM Hunter, you will get this new passive, Beast Cleave. Every time you use your multi-shot, your pet will also be dealing damage to any nearby enemies, and this will last for 4 seconds, but the good thing is that your multi-shot has no cooldown, so you can simply just keep activating this to cleave with your pet. As marksman, there's going to be a minor change to come.
Why the fuck am I missing durability, bro? On these, like, why does that keep happening? I need a repair guy. There's definitely a repair guy over here, right?
A mirror shot, this will no longer be a 10 seconds cooldown, instead it's going to be 9 seconds. And as survival, you will be getting this new passive. Every time you deal damage with your Serpent Sting, you're going to be rewarded with 3 focus. But it also has a 3 seconds cooldown, so it's not like you can spam your Serpent Sting on every single target to quickly regen a lot of focus. Talking about focus, Cobra Shot will also grant you 14 focus instead of 9 focus, and it can still only be used as survival and Beastmaster. You should also look forward to True Shot Aura. Every single specialization will have access to this passive, so it's going to be a pretty nice buff in dungeons and raids. By the time you reach level 87, you will unlock this new ability no matter the specialization. It's called Stampede, and it will summon all your pets for 20 seconds. They will deal a high amount of damage, but if you use it in PvP situations, in battlegrounds and arenas, you will deal a lot less damage. Wing Clip, Parry, Raptor Strike, and Aspect of the Wild has been removed.
What? They get rid of Wing Clip? That's so fucking weird.
Spells has been moved into different sections where they're going to be gated behind a specialization. Your pet talent tree will also be a lot easier, or well, there's no longer a talent tree. Instead, you'll just have to focus on one of these specializations. There's going to be 2 for damage dealing and 1 for tanking. And what you should choose all depends on the pet you prefer to use. Talent tree wise, well, there's also going to be many changes to these. At level 15, you can for example reduce the cooldown of your disengage and deterrence, but you can also pick another talent where you will increase your movement speed by 60% for 8 seconds when you use your disengage. And the last one, this is one I really like in PvP situations, but also when I need to stack enemies together. Just make sure to stack them together before you activate your disengage, as there has to be within 8 yards of the hunter. At level 30, you can choose this old Beast Mastery talent that will stun the enemy for 3 seconds. A Vivan Sting that used to be in the survival tree. This will CC the target up to 30 seconds. In PvP, it's going to be a lot less. Or this new ability, Blinding Shot. It's an arrow you will shoot on the ground and it lasts for 10 seconds. All nearby enemies will then be hit with a debuff, and if they continue to move, they will simply be stunned for a short duration,
Why are all
allowing
these
you
fucking...
to easily trap them or even use your disengage to root them in place. At level 45, you can choose Spirit Bond. This is a passive that slowly heals you and your pet for 3% every 2 seconds. It used to be in the Beast Mastery tree. Aspect of the Iron Hawk. This will replace your Aspect of the Hawk and instead also reduce all damage taken by 10%. Or the last option, to instantly heal you for 30% and your pet for 100%, but it also has a 2 minutes cooldown. At level 60, you can get Thrill of the Hunt, a passive that makes you have a 30% chance that whenever you use a ranged attack that costs focus, you will also reduce the focus of your next 3 Arcane shots or multi-shots by 20 focus. Dire Beast, a powerful beast you will be summoning for 15 seconds. This deals a
I
high
already know about the talent changes.
With Mists of Pandaria announced as our next stop in our classic journey, it's time to take a look at some of the features that the expansion brings to the table. In addition to class changes, new dungeons and raids, and new life brought to the open world, there are several aspects of the new expansion that makes me really excited to step foot into the expansion. In this video, I want to dive into 5 of those aspects that make me the most excited. But since we're a few months out from the actual expansion release, if you want to keep learning more about all things MOP, hit that subscribe button and join the Riani Discord, as that's pretty much always will get access to new information first. And with that, let's get into it.
Challenge
is
mode.
the first new dungeon progression system since the heroic dungeons in TBC, and could be considered the first rendition of the eventual dungeon system of Mythic Plus. Instead of being an infinitely scaling system, challenge modes bumps up the difficulty of all 9 heroic dungeons, gives you a timer to complete the dungeon, while scaling down all of your gear to 463 item level. The dungeons themselves don't give any loot apart from some valor, but depending on how fast you complete them, you'll get a rank of either bronze, silver, or gold. Getting a bronze rank for all 9 dungeons gives you the title of Undaunted. Silver gives you the option to choose 1 out of 4 mounts, and
Oh, really?
Undaunted. Silver gives you the option
Oh, really? So you can kind of collect them all on 4 different characters at the very least.
to choose 1 out of 4 mounts, and gold gives you access to the full iconic transmog that I'm sure pretty much all of us are familiar with, in addition to giving you a teleport to each of the dungeons completed on the gold rank. The iconic weapon transmogs from challenge modes are in fact not from this iteration of challenge modes. You'll have to wait for Walls of Draenor to get your hands on those. The content itself does not offer a great deal of replayability, as once you're done with the achievement, there is no real incentive to keep running them except if you want to show off how much of a gamer you are. There's a server-wide and a guild-wide leaderboard in-game for who completes each dungeon the fastest, and while it doesn't give you any reward for being number 1, everyone will know that you have an absolutely massive. With the gear getting scaled down to 463,
Massive
there are
what?
quite a few funky interactions with the gear, and biz lists get kinda wild, and new options for better loot gets presented with each phase. But if I could sum up the gearing philosophy in one word, that word would be sockets. Personally, I'll be looking to complete gold on every tank, and I'll definitely be making guides on how to get the best possible time. So hit that little subscribe button if you want to stay up to date with those coming out. As an absolute tank shill, I know I will have so much fun in Mists of Pandaria. And if you look at the tank, I know that you will too. Every tank moves to a much more modern active mitigation playstyle, catching up to the design philosophy of the Cataclysm Death Knight. With that in mind, the balance between each of the tanks becomes significantly better. Are there differences in how good each tank is? Absolutely. And we'll cover that in much more detail when the tank tier list comes out. But it's much less apparent than in previous expansions, and every single tank will be viable even if they may differ in power from tier to tier. While I think each tank becomes more interesting through the class changes alone, what truly makes them so fun and impactful is the changes to Vengeance. Originally, when Mists of Pandaria was released, Vengeance cap was changed to no longer have a cap like it did in Cataclysm, while instead gaining 1.8% of incoming unmitigated damage as attack power. Not having a Vengeance cap led to some pretty cheesy and unintended gameplay behavior, so it was ultimately changed to be capped at the max health of the player, brought down to 1.5% attack power from damage taken, and a bunch of other changes to stop people from sitting down to get crits and standing in fire to gain more Vengeance. Since we'll most likely be playing on a 5.4 version of the game, this is the Vengeance we'll have from the start. But even in its nerf state, tanks will have incredible output. So if you enjoy topping the meteors on your bloody K and Kata, then you'll have even more fun in Mists of Pandaria. The new class introduced in Mists of Pandaria is just so much fun. The monk is divided into 3 roles through the talents, with Brewmaster for tanking, Windwalker for melee DPSing, and Mistweaver for healing. While Windwalker and Mistweaver are generally seen as middle of the pack in terms of performance, the Brewmaster Monk is seen as one of the staple tanks with some incredible utility through high Vengeance absorbs on yourself and your raid members with guard. With incredible AoE, all but unlimited movement, AoE stuns and permanent slows, Brewmaster will be the absolute best option for those looking to get speed clears in challenge modes. Every spec offers something unique to the...
You're leveling your mage? I'm leveling my mage. Yeah. What is that? Wow, thanks for the follow. Is that
I forgot to take
Den?
my pants off.
Hello. How's it going? I'm kind of leveling my mage. I'm kind of just, vibing out. I've been watching a bunch of I've been watching a fuck ton of YouTube videos and just doing some random stuff. Just kind of a little bit of everything. Like doing some transmog. It's like just playing WoW, basically. Yeah. Hoping that 4 or 5 people log on and maybe I could do what's it called? Sunwell would be cool. What am I supposed to do here? Slain crew member information. Place a spirit totem. How do I get the information? Oh, it's lagging or something. I have a whole ass different Twitch account logged on my phone. That's so weird. That's weird. Interesting.
way that we played it.
Yeah, so I actually watched a whole video about priest changes. And they have some cool stuff. Set a time. Okay. Now? I don't know. I could just try to make a group now and see if people would want to go, maybe. I guess I could just go out there and I'll set up a LFG thing. Yeah, you're right. Like, people just don't play the game. Like, you know, I guess if people were playing the game, then it would make sense to be like, oh, let's just do it whenever there's people around. But, like, no one is playing. I've been the only person online besides Cordy B. You know? Morexison was out an hour ago. All right. Well, I'm going to attempt it. Going to try and do... I'll tag some people. Bob. Doink. Decap. Knack. Those are the people who responded to me in the LFG channel. Setting up a Sunwell in 15 minutes. Is that too early notice? I'll do like for 4:30 p.m. server time. If anyone is interested. And I'll do at here, I guess. 4:30 p.m. server time. That would be in 25 minutes, guys. 25 minutes. So I'll do a little questing. Do a little questing for, you know, let's see, timer. Can we do... I'll just set my phone timer for like... I'll give myself 15 minutes. And then we'll set something up. Yeah. And then I'll make a little group and see what I can get. See who I can get to go. Maybe I can get some people to go. Who wants to go? That's not too bad. I don't want to just do it right now because then that would give like no time. But yeah, I didn't want to do it whenever I said I would because, or no, I didn't want to do it like whenever I talked about it because I felt like it was too early. So maybe, you know, I can get some people to go in like 25 minutes. But yeah, priest changes. So, atonement goes further now, and it works with penance. Does that sound crazy? Like, so you penance. So not only are you using Holy Fire and Smite, but you can also penance the target for damage, and it will also heal. That's kind of cool. And they get this talent that when you hit a target that is below 35% HP, you get a crazy damage and healing buff, which I imagine double dips into atonement. So if you are like sniping low health like ads or something, you could pretty much keep this up like the whole time. And that seems pretty cool. That seems like a really fun thing to kind of do. Like, oh, I got to keep my little, 15% damage healing buff. And it's like, that seems strong as fuck. There's also this ability. It's called Halo. Basically what it does is it does like a giant circle that goes out from you really far, right? And then like it's like a wave that emits from you. And then like the further that it travels, the more that it heals, basically. So if you are standing, and damage as well, because the thing is, it's damage too. So if you're standing 25 yards away from a target and it hits that target at the 25-yard range, it'll heal like a lot more than if you were just standing on top of them and it hit them like right away. And so like the further that it travels, the more that it heals. And that's kind of cool. They also get this ability that you can use or choose or whatever that when you it's like you throw a ball right? And the ball travels a certain range, and then it comes back to you. And anything hit within that ball does damage and gets healing. And it's actually really fun. It reminds me of a League of Legends ability called that Ari has in the League of Legends game. And that's super cool. Those are all fun things. And there's like lots of other things, but like those are the things that I think about. And you get feathers. So you know about the feathers from retail. And the feathers, like in the atmosphere of the game, like where priests probably have like the worst mobility. Like think about priest mobility in a, you know, like, oh, you got to get out of this ability. Oh, you got to run. You got to move out of this. Like, it's like, you know, mages have blink, hunters have disengage, and aspects of the cheetah. Druids have like dash and travel form. Like, you know, all the classes, like warriors have heroic leap. You know, what else is there? I mean, all classes kind of have like a little bit of mobility, right? But priests don't really have shit. So getting the feathers would be crazy. That would be crazy. That would be crazy. Yeah. And maybe more Mog runs if people are interested. Tempest, keep ashes. Gotta throw the ashes in there to get some people interested. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. So some pretty cool stuff there, I think. Let's work on my mage a little bit while we kind of wait for everyone to see if they would be interested in a Sunwell run. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, the feathers are in retail. Yeah. I think the feathers are super cool. I really like the feathers. Loot the spool of rope and the bottle of whiskey. Spool of rope is found in the back of the ship. Bottle of whiskey is found on the lifeboat. On the left of the side of the ship. Alright. So we gotta go down here. I also have to kill some stuff here. Look at all these people here leveling. I don't really know how to play my mage right now. So we're just kind of pressing buttons. What do I do? How do I do? Alright, so we killed all those. And I want to make some food. Let's eat some food. Alright. Oh, apparently I subdued somebody. Subdue. I don't really know where the spool and stuff is. Don't remember that, honestly. Like, is that below? Or is that up top? Is that below or up top? Oh, there's the rope. Okay. Kill this guy. Yeah, I was just looking at the priest changes, and apparently Disc Priest is really strong in Mists of Pandaria, so that'll probably be my healer that I want to play. And I might dabble with the Shadow stuff as well. Shadow seems pretty fun too. You know, and I kind of regret that I never really tried Shadow in Cataclysm. It's like, I guess I could probably throw together a Shadow set, but I never really like dedicated time to it, you know? Kind of wish I tried it. What am I looking for? A bottle of whiskey. So the bottle of whiskey is found on the lifeboat. On the left side of the ship. How do you know which one's the left? There's a lifeboat. Oh, that's a lifeboat right here. In the lifeboat? I don't see it. Am I crazy? Am I blind? That's definitely a lifeboat. Let's look. Maybe it spawns elsewhere too. I don't see it. Or does it matter anymore? Oh, here it is. I don't know why it said the left side. I guess that would be the front. Because I feel like this is the left, but yeah. Let me go back up. We're going to turn this quest in. Oh, maybe no. Maybe we go into the cabinet, actually. Over here. Okay. And we got some cloth. Transmog. Cloth mog. Cogmaw. Alright. And then we need to interrogate. Mount Stormbeak, the Stormcaller, on your flying mount. Okay. Our music. This is kind of a crazy fucking psychopath thing to do right here. Are we gonna kill the ogre? I remember him dying, I'm pretty sure. I'm gonna go to the bathroom too while this is going. Oh, I got tagged somewhere. General, what do you think? What do you think of the mop talent system? Do you think retail made the correct decision? Dragonfly to return to old talent trees. Okay, I got a lot to read here. We're gonna go to the bathroom real quick while this quest is finishing the RP. Okay. We have completed the quest. Let's turn it in. Getting transmog. Look at that. All right, let's see. I will go set up a group for Sunwell. Oh. See if I can get anybody. Boradora. Guess I could take my warrior too. That would be kind of crazy. Around 440? Okay. 440. Well, I wonder if I can kind of slowly set it up. Yeah, I want to change my Hearthstone here. Actually, I want to go over to the other one. That's just a better Hearth, to be honest. That's just a better Hearthstone. Hello, Den the Brave. Hello. Hello. I time? It me. Oh, you're saying it me. Oh, I see. Okay. It me. Hello. Hello, me. Oh my gosh. Then look. I actually I've done. Look to the western skies. Okay. This seems like the north over here. But all right. All right, let's see. This seems like a reference that I'm not exactly caught up on. Has Bora watched chat? Has Bora watched Wicked? Now I'm getting disoriented over here. Here, let me go ahead and turn this video off since I'm done watching this for now, so that I can see my chat a little better, because it was kind of in the way. That's cool how you got little icons there. So here's what I'm thinking. So Doink. So I'll do 440 then. I'll move it to 440. Sunwell plus maybe more 440. All right, we're watching Wicked sometime soon. Is it out of can I watch it like at home? Or do I have to go to the theaters? Theater. All right, we're watching streaming on Peacock. I don't have Peacock, but I'd watch it if you guys did a guild movie or something. I would be down to watch it. Let's see. Look at how many rares I've gotten, Den. So This is the bloody rare one. That's pretty good, right? And this is frostbitten. This is good. This is really good. Look at that. I need 4 more for frostbitten, and I need 3 more for bloody. Isn't that crazy? When did I kill Viragosa? A really, really long time ago. I was actually looking for Time Lost Proto Drake. And I think it might have been in Wrath, to be honest. No. Maybe it was. I can't remember. I can't remember. I've actually killed this Putris guy before too. On another character. I think. Yeah. Should we go out there and look for him while we're kind of waiting for everyone? You want to do that? See if maybe we can spot him. Spotify him. All right. I'll go out there. What do you still need from the darn fishing daily? Is there something you need from that? I don't even know. Oh, Darnassus. Oh. Hey. Oh, does that go to Darnassus? It does. Okay, bye. Oh, you're in Discord. Let me join Discord. Oh, I'm muted. Hello?
Hi, Bora. Let me pick up my dog real quick.
Okay. Let's go check.
Okay, that was easy.
That was easy.
That wasn't at all difficult.
Oh, 2 of the rares I need are over in... I guess I'll go up and I'll check for
Uppies.
Putris or whatever, and then I'll go over to
Well,
Hollingford.
you have the timer for Loknak.
Do I?
Yeah, cause I posted it 1 minute after I killed it.
Oh, I have no idea. Is it supposed to be... Well, how does it work?
I have no idea.
What do you mean I have the timer for it? How
I have
lo-
the last a known time that it was killed.
Oh, okay.
Probably the last one.
How long ago was that?
What time did I post in general?
I don't know. I don't really know how exactly it works.
I don't either. I'm saying, what time did I post it?
I don't know, honestly.
Yesterday at 9:49 a.m. my time, so 12:49 server.
You don't think it would have spawned between now and then, you don't think?
I don't know, honestly.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know.
I don't know if that's helpful. But
It could have been helpful if you knew what it was about.
yeah, that's true.
You're supposed to be knowing things.
Am I?
Yeah, you're the class lead for both casters and healers.
No, I'm not. No, I'm not. I'm just
You
existing
sure about
over
that?
here. I'm just existing over
You sure
here.
about that?
Yeah,
Are you sure about that?
I'm fairly certain.
I don't think that's true.
Dude, I love this mount. It fits with my character so well. Alex Straza mount,
Yeah.
wearing the Dragon Stalker. Yeah, let me check this one, and then I'll go over to Ice Crown, and I'll see if I can find the Putris dummy while you're doing your fishing thing.
I just completed it.
Okay, cool.
Oakley dokley, artichokely. Are you having a good morning, Bora?
It's okay. What about you?
Yeah, I feel like really productive today. But I do feel like the day got away from me a little bit, which is just like in general a feeling that I struggle with.
Yeah.
You know, like it's 1:30. I'm gonna obviously like I'm gonna help you with this and like for the next probably half hour it's gonna take. And then I wanted to do some stuff around my house.
Okay.
Romeo is non-stop whistling at me, which is literally giving me anxiety. I wish he would stop. I wish I knew what he wanted.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just a little stressful, that's all.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Just wanted to vent for a second about it, but yeah, I went to the gym this morning and I did a class and it was really hard. It was really hard. And then I walked my dog and then I made a really healthy breakfast that I kind of had to like force myself to eat because I like really wasn't hungry. But I needed to eat all of it.
Oh, I found him.
You found him?
I did. Now do I kill him? Oh, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead. That's crazy. That's crazy. That's fucking insane.
Oh, bummer.
Somebody just killed him then.
Someone just killed him. Actual bummer. Actual bummer material.
Oh man, that's almost worse than him just not being there.
Well, that's okay. Let's see. Let's see if I can figure out the spawn timer of him. Well, since I'm supposed to be educated by being double class leader. Let's see. I'm gonna read the comments in Wowhead.
What do they say?
I'm reading. I'm not sure. It does. I'm
Oh
trying to
my
find
God.
it. Hmm. Well, also,
Oh, I have him, Bora. I have him.
okay, I'm coming.
Futurist.
I'm a
Okay,
minute
I'm gonna
away.
Tag him. I'm gonna come tag him.
Okay, don't one shot him.
Oh, he's a big boy. He's mine.
High thing Jorphus is all over here. I assume you don't need that one. Coming.
Just this guy and then
Variegosa. Varigussi, as they like to call him.
Who likes to call him
I
that?
have no fucking clue. Someone probably. Putris. Wonder if. Yep. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming.
He's a big boy.
I'm gonna land and kill him since you already hit him.
Okay. You're gonna kill steal me.
No.
You're gonna kill steal me.
I would never do that.
You're gonna kill steal me. Okay.
Okay, let's
But
see.
he stunned me. I'm stunned. It's a war stomp.
6 to 12 hours, apparently.
Okay.
There were cases where the respawn took 24 hours. So that doesn't seem like 6 to 12 hours. Someone doesn't know how to fucking say words.
That would be 6 to 24 hours. Hey!
Cool.
Cool. Okay, let's go get Viragosa.
All right. So,
Did you kill the other guy on the way that you said that you
No.
needed?
I didn't need him.
Okay.
So I need 3 more.
That's honestly crazy.
I'm actually going to go
But-
check Borean and then I'll fly up.
Okay. Do you need this high thing guy? Is that the guy you said you don't need?
I don't need him.
Okay, then I'm gonna stop doing his route. I was flying over him, just
Oh.
I don't know.
Nothing boring about Borean. All right. Let me check these two spots real quick. Cool, I need 3 each. Probably Loknohawk will be the hardest one, I bet. For me. You know what's crazy about the Viragosa thing?
What?
So can you when you get out there, oh, you're there. Do a /who. Do you
Yeah,
see
I see the guy.
you see Enfi?
Why are they all fucking druids too?
Apparently he sells kills for Time Lost Proto Drake
Oh, I've heard of this.
for 100,000 gold. That's how much he charges.
Interesting. So
So he's got like fucking 12 accounts camping out in Storm Peaks. Like, that's
can I
insane.
tell you, I /who every time I'm out here, and I've never seen him.
Really?
Yeah, so I wonder if he only comes out here when he has a buyer.
Or could also be like a layer thing. Or I don't know if it matters
Yeah,
actually.
maybe. Are there layers right now in
There
Data?
definitely are. Yeah, because I was trying to layer for the fishing tournament. Because I tried to do the fishing tournament today.
Yeah. Oh, I got a message saying that you were 3 minutes late.
Yes.
That's a bummer.
I was 3 minutes late, which is kind of a long time, but at the same time, kind of close, you know? You know what's crazy is I walked too close to the Horde City, and that I just got like stun locked by those things for like probably like a minute and a half. So I don't think I would have won, but it did slow me down. Yeah. Do you remember whenever Puck said like you could just win it and it doesn't matter, you don't need to be first? Like, what was he talking about? I wish I knew.
Maybe for an achievement. I don't know.
Oh my god. You scared me. Hello.
Hello.
Hey guys.
Yeah, I want the achievement.
Ah,
Yeah.
I don't know what he was talking about. That doesn't sound accurate.
Well, he's got the salty title, so to some extent it has to be, right?
I mean, yeah.
You gotta know a little bit. I want the ring. I'm contemplating literally just going to a dead server and just trying it there. And also trying to get Time Lost on a dead server.
Oh, this guy's gonna message me for
Viragosa?
yeah,
Viragussi?
yeah.
Okay, it's 4:40. I'm gonna build a group for Sunwell.
Okay. I'm doing my polar bear daily.
Hopefully you
Remember
get
that?
it. I do remember
Remember having to do
getting
that all
that
the time?
years ago.
Yeah, I still have not gotten it. I was in a group with another guy yesterday for Viragosa. I'd be offering 10K for it, you know?
Yeah?
Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah, don't you know?
And he saw me like stop by over here and do the daily, and he said, "Oh, you don't have the polar bear?" And I was like, "No, dude. What? Don't ask about it."
that thing doesn't exist.
I got a rare.
What rare?
I got one of the ones I needed. Parabos the Bloodthirster. Okay, I'm hearthing.
Yeah, I was looking at the last time that I've seen some of these. Cool, this guy's gonna just message me on Discord. That was fucking dope, actually. You hear Romeo just going "Purr" for no reason. I have no idea what this dog wants. Do you hear him?
He doesn't either, but he wants it.
I don't think he knows either. He has
How dare
had
you not give it to him either?
he has had attentions. He's had his iPad time. He has gotten water.
He gets iPad time?
Now he's
Yeah,
an
he's an
iPad
iPad.
kid.
He's
What
an
the
iPad kid
fuck?
now. So he's old.
Wait, does
and
it
he can't-
actually? Does he actually like pay attention to
Yeah,
it?
he had to take a video for you guys.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, and cause he's so bored, right? He is mentally still here, 100%. It's just physically like he's struggling a little bit.
Yeah.
So he's fucking bored. And like, all of the things that I would normally do with a dog to like entertain them, playtime. Okay, well, they've been on lockdown from playtime because of Denver's surgery. Because she tries to play too, and it's just not fair. He can't really go on walks. He can go in his cart, but not for like too far. He gets like a little fussy and uncomfortable. He can't have chew toys because his teeth aren't great because he's old as fuck. I do training with him, but he gets frustrated and bored because I'm doing the same. Like I can't have him sit, stay, come, turn around, and that side. So it's like basically leave it, shake, look at me. Like he gets bored. It's like he's like, yeah, we did that 50 times. I'm over it. So I started showing him dog TV on YouTube, and he is fucking into it.
That's cool.
Oh my god. There's this one that's like almost always just birds, and every once in a while a squirrel comes up on the feeder, and he always goes boof, boof. He likes the squirrel.
That's adorable, actually. Oh my gosh, Wetmud wants to come with us to Sunwell.
Well, with you.
He's gonna tank. Right?
Oh shit. He's a tanky boy.
I have no idea. I don't know what he wants to do. I'm flying there right now. Question is, should I try to get someone from, like, an extra person from LFG?
You don't need that many people for Sunwell.
I know, but I think 5 is comfy. I think Tally wants to go.
Comfy.
Does Tally want to go? He's out here. I'm down to try it with just us.
I'm back.
Hello. Do you want to do Sunwell?
Yeah.
I see you on the island. The Isle of Quell. The Lass. Danas. Danas.
Well, he's nuts.
Quail Danas. Making it a raid? Grupu? Grupaluta?
Bora, I think it's bullshit that anytime I start to get close to you in achievement points, you log on and start an achievement.
I haven't really gotten anything, to be honest.
Yeah, but you will.
But I am motivated. And it's more so, well, it's 2 things. You're doing it, so I'm like, okay. I'm gonna do it.
You've got two achievements since yesterday.
Oh, Bob's coming too?
Yeah.
Have I gotten 2 achievements?
I
How do
think
you
so,
know?
yeah. Because you were at 10, 9, 10.
Well, it was literally the 2 that we did. Lockmadon and Arathi.
I gotta have you only go on your druid, and our friendship is limited to this competition, This is where I draw the line. No, I'm genuinely just joshing.
It's true, though. I am like, oh, I gotta keep doing them because you're doing them. But at the same time,
Dude,
it's
I
like
got so like
mobs coming,
I got
so
close. Yeah, I got close.
yep, yep. You know which ones we'll have to do is the PvP ones, like that. We
Yeah.
oh wait, click this please.
I hate
What do you mean?
it. How do I help? Ugh.
You don't want to help summon?
It's fine.
What was I saying? I don't remember.
I don't know. We'll have to do a PvP.
Oh yeah,
achievements.
PvP. We have like so many that we're missing from PvP.
I mean, you
Yeah.
could just do it by yourself and not tell her. That'd be cool.
I know, but it's like more fun to have friends to play with. WoW, World of Warcraft with, you know.
True. Also, like on that note, like I could go and do Lore Master literally while Bora's like raiding on one of his other characters.
Yeah,
But
do
I
that.
don't because it's fucking boring by myself. And to be fair, half the fun of
We don't need a
doing-
tank.
Half the fun of doing the achievements is like that it's competitive.
Yeah. Yeah, you just go DPS tank and you should be fine.
It's gonna drop.
I doubt it. Maybe though. I've been watching all sorts of mob stuff today. Just all day I've been watching mob stuff.
Yeah, why are you feeling all motivated?
Well, anticipating, you know, beta pre-patch stuff, probably pretty soon. I'm gonna play. I think we probably should kill this. I'm gonna play PoE when that comes out, but then I feel like the next thing after that is probably gonna be like the beta when it comes out. It's got to be pretty soon, right?
Probably, yeah.
Oh my god, my pet died.
Death Knights aren't busted, so I don't think I can play it.
Oh, he wants to swap to his Death Knight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dang. I'm coming.
He said this isn't working for me. That's how doing sounds. This is working for me.
I've never played with dry dirt.
I don't
Who's
think I
Dry
have
Dirt?
either.
Doink's Death Knight.
Thanks, GK.
Reminds me of when I had dry bones back in Wrath of the Lich King.
What was Dry Bones? A warrior?
A DK.
A DK? That makes sense.
Back when we played Horde.
Did you get that, Doink? Okay. He got an achievement.
Doink did?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh.
I want to do more stuff like this. I want to do mount achievement raids and transmog stuff and
So I think if we
Guild
had a solid
achievements.
5 people who routinely went, we
yeah,
could just set a day and then we go and we do whatever for however many hours.
yeah, could just like schedule it like a raid. I guess.
Yeah.
See what I mean about 5 people? I feel like this is kind of the number you kind of need, you know? And I feel like the biggest ones are probably Brutalis and Kill Jaden. If you have less than 5, it's going to feel a little weird. Should be able to skip these ones.
Should be able to.
Should be able to. I'm watching. See who's messing up, you know what I'm saying?
Dang, dry dirt smells cute. Where'd you get that one?
He paid for it. Sorry.
Oh, it's the pay to win mop one.
He's paid to win.
Maybe I should get it. What?
Oh shit, he just walked straight through that. What the
He did
fuck,
not-
guys?
Because he was typing. He was typing some shit.
$500 penguin?
What? That doesn't sound like me.
You have a $500 penguin?
I have the rare whelp that the guild bought me. And I don't know how much it was. No. I tried to get him to buy me the polar bear and he said no.
The blizzard bear?
There's like a really cute, like,
BlizzCon bear?
rare. Yeah. Oh, don't kill this too fast. Don't forget. Don't
Yeah.
forget.
As long as that portal is up, then we're okay. Oh, what the?
Abyss.
What the?
Oh shit.
What the? Dry dirt.
That was my best.
Kind of just
I remember I had to
chilling,
go to a trap
Oh yeah,
house
don't
to
kill
get
it.
the Recipe.
waiting for a portal. I'm going to the portal. Popping cooldowns. Popping cooldowns. Pulled aggro. What the heck, tanks?
Hold on, I'll throw on rock biter weapon.
No, Doink can stay up there. Alright, you guys can kill it up there. Oh, it's only Doink up there. Kill it, Doink.
You got it, Doink.
We all left them. That's kind of fucked up.
We all left him. Hmm.
Kill it, Doink.
He said, help, it's a dragon.
Ooh, that's a cool sword.
We do the tech where someone runs ahead to start the RP.
I don't know.
Oh my god, I forgot to put rocket boots on my new belt. That would have been embarrassing in Dragon Soul.
I did that last week, actually. I got a belt in the 10-man and forgot to put rocket boots on it.
Yeah, but did you have a strength gem in there for like 2 months?
I didn't. Who the fuck did that?
Ooh. I don't know. No, I'm not naming any names.
You're not telling, even though you're literally telling right now.
Or I don't know what I'm gonna play next weekend.
Oh, for PoE? I don't know. I
Yeah.
don't know. I'm pretty set on playing the Lich and trying to do a Spectre build. That new ability that came out where you get to like
Okay.
take over a are the new classes just the Huntress and the new ascendancies. So like Huntress, Lich, Blacksmith. Is she the spear one? Yeah.
Huntress.
Huntress. Yeah, you can be a ritualist or you can be, I forget the second one.
Yeah. Amazon.
Amazon, yeah. That looks pretty cool. Like getting the mount and throwing the spears, like I would want to do that.
It does look cool. I'm just not too keen on the whole like going in, going out, going in, going out
Yeah.
gameplay. I don't know if that's what it would be at endgame, but
I don't know. Probably not. The meta will probably be throw in the spears or something. The easier one.
yeah, if there's a build that's dedicated to just throwing like elemental spears, that'd be
for
cool.
sure.
That
For sure there will
like
be. Yeah, because I don't know if you saw, but like you can make the spears explode too.
yeah, it looked really cool. And then like sending out the wind tornadoes, like yeah, that seemed kind of cool.
Face it away from us, Doink.
Everybody stack on top so we can get cozy.
I'm not stacking. You guys are gonna burn me. Someone's gonna troll with the fire for sure.
No. Maybe. You don't remember, Doink? You run around and you give it to everybody else instead of just moving away. You don't remember yelling at people every week to move the fuck out of like the raid and stop spreading the fire?
Clutch of Demise, wasn't that like big back in the day?
Yeah, that was a good one. That was the best one.
Prot gear. Loot your things. So you make Brutalis go away.
All right, loot the badges.
Loot your badges. That's what Bobby would say. You loot your badges.
Sunwell was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Good times. So basically we have to wait for the blood of Brutalis to spill over here to Madragosa, and that's when she'll turn into Felmist. Nerd emoji.
I actually never noticed that the blood was moving over there.
Oh, Felmis.
Glory to kill Jaden. Glory to kill Jaden. Yeah, part of me wants to like get my hunter all geared up and stuff. But I don't know. I'm a little scared to commit to a third Dragon Lord.
You don't have to commit.
Well, honestly, pugging is fucking awful. Like it's
You
so
can just jump in runs. Yeah. That's what I'm like. That's my plan.
I only said no.
If I feel like raiding, I'll raid. If I don't, I won't.
I was literally raiding last night, Doink. I was literally in a raid.
Damn, they beat the fuck out of you, Bora.
I know. Like, what's this tank doing, you know? Save me!
My boots are down.
I'm fucking dying right now. Regardless of committing or whatever, guys, it's still 3 Dragon Soul raids, right? And that's a lot.
Yeah.
Are you guys
The
raiding
nice
Dragon
part
Soul 3
about-
times?
No, fuck, no, I'm not doing Dragon Soul once.
It's like, I want to gear my hunter and get all the cool stuff in Dragon Soul, but yeah. And also, pugging is awful, man. It's awful.
I know, we've been doing it for fucking like 6 weeks. It sucks.
True. Fucking true.
We have not had the same fucking roster ever in Dragon Soul for 2 weeks in a row. Never.
I'm pretty sure you're right about that, yeah.
I know I'm right.
Okay.
I know I'm right. Thank you.
Yeah, it's rough out there. Rin's going through the same thing. Everybody's going through the same thing.
Remember when we were all so fucking tilted running back and Drassen
Fell
jumped
off.
over?
I do remember.
And it was
I remember I was
literally-
actually streaming that run and I laughed.
It released so much tension, legitimately.
I wonder if I have it clipped. But I was still kind of shy and wasn't really like talking too much. But I was streaming our Sunwell of this kill.
There it is.
There it is, dude.
Your bow. Wow.
There it is. Actually, want those shoulders really bad on my priest.
The Shawl of Wonderment.
I want the Sunwell recolor on my priest. Yeah, I really like it. I like the Sunwell cloth set. This fucking fire debuff's gonna be hella annoying. Like, I don't know if Den can keep us up through this.
Mm-mm.
Might be too much damage.
Yeah, we all need to sit and eat.
Alright. You've never
What do you
gone
mean
this
you've Never
way.
gone this way. What the fuck are you talking about?
Is this guy high?
Like did full clears back in the day.
Oh, he's like off on his own. He went to the left.
Oh.
He just be doing shit. What? Well, you never went that way because that's a stupid way to go.
He's exploring.
He said, "What the fuck?"
He's exploring.
Backfire. Rude. What you doing, Doink?
You might have to kill this
No.
one then.
Well, we're not going that way now, Doink.
Can you smite this thing?
What do you want me to smite? Yeah, I was trying to keep Doink alive,
Oh.
but he just insists on staying down there and killing that
What
trash
the
by
heck?
himself.
This thing will only die to holy damage. I guess I'll go down there, help him.
And I tried to yank him to go the right way, and he said, "What the fuck?" He's gonna die.
The
Oh.
only way that Blizzard knew how to nerf shamans.
Was what?
Making mobs immune to our damage. Like, what the hell?
Oh. Do you want a trash drop or something, Doink? Like, just wanted to explore.
Okay.
We're supposed to optimize the fun out of the game. This guy, I can't hit him.
So I want both.
Oh my god, my fist weapon!
Oh shit.
I don't know, did you have fun? I had fun. That was neat.
Yeah, I had that.
I had fun.
It's always fun watching Doink be an idiot.
No, that was great. Never been that way. We definitely did do that a few times for trash. I'm pretty sure. Jonathan is dying. Kill him.
Remember healing this for over 10 minutes?
Yeah, that was insane.
Aw, Doink. There's no point in playing anymore without me. Am I your best friend?
Aw.
You're not my best friend, but I could be yours. God, no. K-N-O-W. God, no. God, no. Do you want me to kill myself?
Okay. In Minecraft?
In Minecraft, right? Right, Doink?
The robes of light. See that? I want that.
The robes of faltered light, Bora? That one?
Yeah. Hey, thanks guys for helping.
Oh, you're welcome, Bora. It's
Hope-
fun.
Hope you guys are getting something cool.
Bob said, that loot in a GDKP? Might as well roll the pot. I got a sword.
I
Guys,
think
you
Doink
remember
should
for-
main tank next expansion.
Oh, that'd be so fun. Do you
How many
remember?
times did you guys fuck up pulling this? Or specifically the
time.
tanks?
That's literally what I was about to say. Like, it wasn't even the tanks. It's like, for some reason, we couldn't keep raiders out of this room before we're ready to pull. Like, why are you guys in there? Why? I still think this is one of the hardest fights in the game. Legitimately.
The Phoenix from Kill Jaden?
Yeah.
Whatever his name is?
No. And that wasn't my fault. I stand by it, and if I had known more about raiding in general at the time, I would have absolutely been flaming the fuck out of the tanks. They had one job to tank shit, and for some reason a healer was doing it, and getting flamed for tanking it every week.
What fight?
Well, we're on Kill Jaden, which is what I was talking about, but the Phoenix is in, what's it called?
Shadow
What's this
Spike. Oh my god. That move was so annoying as melee because I didn't adjust my camera to go farther out than the like default, so it was like impossible to see if you're right on top of him.
I like this fight a lot.
You must become what you were always meant to be. I'm gonna come.
Do not come.
Do not
I don't
come.
remember anything about the lore of this. Like, who the hell's on Vina?
I forgot I had the healers all vote who should get the first weapon off of KJ, and we all voted for Bora.
Really?
Yeah, you remember that?
Sorta, yeah.
I messaged all of you guys and I was like, give me 2 names on who you think should get the first weapon. And everybody had you in their thing. So you got the first one. And you said, I don't care which one I get. So I was like, choose. Choose.
Still find it funny how I got mine.
Lame loot.
Thanks, guys.
You're welcome. Run it back.
All right, everyone swap to your ults. Thank you. That was fun. You guys have fun?
Yeah, it was. It was.
I had a blast.
I would
Cool.
think it would be cool. We could do more stuff, but like I'm pretty sure everyone's like probably gonna go do like real cool things. No.
Yeah, I'm a little short on time for what I want to do today.
Fair enough.
Otherwise, yeah, that was a lot of fun, Bora. Thank you for the invite.
I'm hesitant to set up like, you know,
Why?
I don't know, man. I just don't like setting
The worst
stuff up
thing-
that much.
Okay. Well,
But like transmog runs and like you know, mount runs and stuff, that'd be cool, right?
yeah, it would be cool. You have raid tonight?
Yes.
Your classic one, or that was last night?
That was last night. I
Tonight's
raid
Alundion?
Fire. Oh, bleh, not Firelands. I raid Dragon Soul on Alundion. Yeah.
Oh, dope. Good luck tonight.
Thank you.
Okay, cool. I'll see you guys later.
All right. See ya. Are you dying, Gary?
Yeah. Just a little bit. I did just get the last gold crown, like the large one that I need, so now I just need 4 more minis.
Well, that's amazing.
Amazing.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
We're all really proud of you.
Amazing. Just with my voice.
That sounds so familiar, but I just can't place it.
Harry Potter.
Sounds oh, the Harry. Yep, they had the lady with the glass. Yep.
Harry Potter.
Yeah, I finished Act 3 this morning, and now
Ooh.
I don't know. I'm probably not gonna play much more this week,
Yeah.
to be honest, on that character because I don't want to go through Cruel, and if I'm gonna end up doing it
It's-
again next weekend.
Honestly, the entire same thing, except for generally a lot easier because your character is like functional now.
Yeah.
That's cool though. What did you think
No, I'm
of
just
Act
trying to-
3?
It was cool.
What was your favorite boss fight of all of the boss fights that you did?
I think I'll have to decide after my next playthrough because
Yeah.
some of them just kind of blend together.
Yeah, that's fair. I like that last one. I think the guy Doriani is like cool. Like
Oh,
the
yeah,
whole
that
like
was pretty
ancient
cool.
civilization technology is like
I
the only,
almost died though. He was doing like some spinning like
Yeah,
red
lasers or
laser
whatever.
move. Like I said, what the heck? I almost died before I realized I was taking so much damage.
yeah.
I really liked the dude in like the lava. the lava foundry, whatever.
Oh, where like the lava slowly goes down the
he's just like
hill.
walking toward you. Yeah,
Yeah.
it was kind of trivial as a summoner build though with minions. Like they just kind of.
Yeah.
I was literally not at risk at all. in
Oh,
that
I'm doing a
fight.
summoner build. Let's fucking go, dude.
I am kind of tempted. I might go Lich purely to try and do a chaos build because I
Dude,
went
we
back
can
and I
share
watched
tech.
that video. I went back and I watched that video to
Yeah.
see like what the new things were that was announced, and like I didn't realize that they're like introducing new things to help facilitate like a straight like curses
Yes.
build.
I mean, that's
And, like,
probably
that
what it's
sounds
going to
really
be.
cool.
Like, there is the new specters and stuff coming in, and I'm sure there will be like minion stuff. But honestly, I assume that like curses and dot build will be more of like what Lich is about, rather than like.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe it'll be more minion oriented.
Part
but
of me
I'm
wants to
pretty
do
sure-
something different, just because like I don't want to.
Yeah, you just did.
I probably
a-
don't want to do a minion build again.
Yeah, you
but
should. Yeah, you should do a different.
I am tempted to try. Like I just feel like if I play Witch again, I'm probably gonna get shoehorned into at least leveling as a minion build.
I am either doing a dot build or a minion build is my plan, and I'm gonna play Lich. That's what I want to do. So
Yeah.
either or
I'm-
sounds very interesting to me, like just a warlock type thing, and yeah, I'm not really like, I'm not sure. Like I'll go with whatever I can find information on easier probably.
Yeah, like I was always throwing out Contagion and Essence Drain, like just as filler, but obviously it started not scaling because of my build. But the idea of Contagion is really fun.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. I've been like creating characters and just kind of like testing things out just because I want to see like what is it kind of like playing the other classes. I'm pretty positive I'm not gonna do whatever the crossbow guy is. I forget that.
Mercenary.
Yeah.
He's got like a buff build thing. Yeah. Totems. And
Yeah, I don't
stuff,
know
and
what he was like in
banners.
game, but it's like it seems like his whole shtick is just like swapping out ammo types. It's like you're playing Monster Hunter. I am considering doing a ranger. In which case I would either do like the lightning arrow build or potentially like the poison gas explosion build. Considering doing a warrior just for something different, but I'll tell you what, I made a warrior out of curiosity and just started leveling as one. Holy crap, like the early game is so rough.
You know what's interesting about that? That's true. It does feel weird, but every race that has existed so far, for like the beating the campaign has been won by a warrior. So like
That's cool.
they are actually the strongest early if played correctly, and it's primarily because they are just tanky. And it's actually kind of difficult
Yeah.
to live early. Like you don't have a lot of defensive
Exactly.
options.
That's what it was. It's
Yeah.
like I was sort of missing a chest by the time I got to the lurker below or whatever, this big centipede. Like I wiped probably like 10 times on that guy.
That's
I was
brutal.
struggling
Yeah.
hard.
Oh, that's the Devourer, right? That's the one you're talking about. I
Yes,
think?
yeah. Yeah, the big centipede dude. Like he was the first boss I encountered, and like maybe I shouldn't have been at him first, but like I was struggling. And then once I finally, I was just kind of YOLOing it, and like I think a big part of it is just the first skill that warriors get, which is like the spinning like wind up move with 2 hits on it. It just feels really awkward, and I think it requires being bound to the mouse because it well, it's the type of ability that you have to like hold it down if you want to move it directionally during the animation, and it feels really awkward to try and do that with WASD movement. if you don't have it on your mouse.
There are options for things like that. Next time I'm on, I'll like, I don't know. Are you on right now?
Not right now. I don't think that that move even gets used.
Yeah.
For the warrior leveling, because like eventually you just go like a pure stun build and just because I completely undervalued how strong that like knockout thing is. It's
Next
pretty
time I'm on,
crazy.
I'll link the thing to you that you should try toggling on and off just to see maybe if it would help, because it's like there's lots of different like little options that help with exactly that thing that you're talking about, and maybe that would help for whatever else, that not even just that specific situation, but like other ways that you would cast spells or interact with spells, like yeah. And I'll send you the option. It's basically like you expand the skill tree or whatever, the skill option, and then there's like a toggle for use while moving or always use without moving or something and stuff like that. And that was pretty massive for me personally.
Okay.
Ooh, I found a rare. Yeah.
Have you ever leveled a ranger? Like
Not in PoE 2.
Forest, like,
That was probably
really?
the most played class. Yeah. So when PoE 2 came out, it was very close to the Molten Core release of Fresh. So I played
Yep.
PoE 2 a bunch, like for a week, and then I was like, okay, well now I gotta finish getting to 60, and then I did that, and I haven't touched PoE 2 until the last like week, basically, and then I tried a monk was the first thing I tried, so I haven't tried anything else besides which I went into Blood Mage, and then monk, which I went into Evoker. So those are the two things I've tried.
Oh no. I think my Discord's doing that thing again. If I play a soundboard right now, I'm sorry.
It's okay. I was gonna.
Okay, there we go. I had to do. I don't understand what it is. It's like there's some key that I'm pressing that the soundboard like UI just gets stuck on my screen. I can't get out of it, and so I have to click one.
Like a modifier or something? Alt or shift or control?
I think if you press control and then hold tilde or something.
That sounds right. I feel like I've had that happen to me too before.
Yeah, so that's what it is. It's like if you hold tilde, I think it brings up that prompt. And for me, control tilde is how I toggle between push to talk and act like open mic. So sometimes I accidentally must be holding it down too long, and then I get that stupid thing up on my screen, and I can't get out of it. And I've tried to like turn that feature off in Discord, and it doesn't seem to work.
I only need 4 more rares to get both achievements for getting all the rare, or a list of rares in Wrath and TBC. This achievement was so fucking hard when the servers were like kind of popular, and now that things are like kind of not dead, but like, yeah, I feel like anyone who's playing is probably raid logging or just doing dungeons. But yeah, I think I'll start with the Lich, and then I might give Huntress a go as a second character if I can make it there. I was really, man, I was like so bummed whenever that happened, like whenever Molten Core was so close to PoE 2. But once I started playing, like, I was just having fun on WoW, so I guess it didn't really matter. And then never went back to PoE 2 until now.
I was born in it.
Oh my god, what the hell is this? Like, it's not even on my screen right now, but it's like...
That's hilarious.
I guarantee you this is what was happening to Blood Knight that one
Probably,
time in
yeah.
Ruby Sanctum.
It's happened to me before too.
Like, I should ask him what his push to talk key was, because for me it's tilde when I'm on push to talk. Alright, I think it hopefully is resolved now. This is so dumb.
That's what my push to talk is too. For since forever. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, I only need one more rare for bloody rare.
Okay, so in what's it, events? Do I care about this? I might rebind B to be the portal. That's the challenge with trying a different character or a different build, is finding like which keybinds feel natural.
I really liked using WASD. Is that what you're using?
Yeah, I'm on WASD. I think it works really well for ranged in particular.
Well, I'm mainly playing a melee, and it feels fine too in that way. But
so there's a setting.
oh, you're playing. Okay, let me see. What are you looking for?
That feature that you said about making like.
Go to your skill tab. So hit G. And then where it says DPS, hit the arrow to the right. And at the bottom, you can use always attack without moving. And all of these like different things you can set individually for that or not. And that can help with some of that stuff.
Okay, that's not what I had in mind. What I was talking about. That's cool though. I didn't know you could.
Sometimes, like when you use a skill, it will lock onto an enemy and force you to walk towards the enemy before it casts it, which is way more like it's just it's like, I don't know, it feels like you're kind of lacking some control there. It'll like, yeah, and that's there's some other things too, but that's the one I was talking about, of like having more control over your skill.
This is just so weird. It's like, so if I hold down the key, it'll follow my mouse, and you can like turn it. If I don't hold the key, if I just tap it, it goes in a straight line. But if I just tap it and turn my mouse around, oh, okay, that one it didn't. That's weird. Before it was almost like it was canceling. But so like, yeah, if it's like you're encouraged.
You have to hold it, huh?
It was weird. Yeah, so if you hold the key, you get a more
That's
responsive.
way better.
Like,
yeah.
You can actually control the move. But I wish I could toggle so like just this ability does that by default without having to hold it. Maybe that's
there might be
idea,
something for it. I'm not sure.
It's like the only way that would ever feel natural to me is if I had that ability bound to one of my mouse keys.
You could do that.
Because trying to, but like I said, I don't think this ability is even used. It's really just early game. Like,
which one? Rolling Slam?
One of the only things. Yeah.
You use it quite a bit through the early game,
oh, really?
But you know, all the way through, like probably like up to Act 2 or 3, you know. Which is like still a significant portion of your experience.
Yeah, I mean, I've been playing around with this, but I don't know if I'm gonna play Warrior or not. Part of me wants
Would
to.
you try the blacksmith thing or what?
Things up.
Oh shit!
I'm not sure. I think there's. I'm worried that blacksmithing ascendancy is going to be potentially like underpowered.
So
like
I've heard the opposite, actually.
Really?
From this guy. So do you know who
Maybe if I go back
Ziz?
and look at what it was, the like that ring of options at the bottom.
Yeah.
I forget what they were. It's like you get to basically custom create your own chest.
Yeah.
That's.
It's kind of difficult.
It has to be a white chest, which is funny.
It's difficult to tell when they come out with new stuff because obviously numbers are so important on like how much actually damage is coming out or whatever. But like, I'm not sure if you know who Zizaran is, but he's a very like popular PoE creator, and he is planning to start Blacksmith, and he's kind of saying that like Blacksmith looks like it's going to be incredibly powerful as a starter option. So I don't know if it's gonna be or not.
I should go back and watch that video because like it didn't seem like they mentioned anything about what that class does other than the crafting. Oh, and he empowers his weapon.
Yeah.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
That seems very strong.
They did do a bigger dive. I'm not sure if you were talking about just the reveal video, but they've in the interview they came and like did a full breakdown of all the nodes and stuff. And I bet you could find a video that literally will like, you know, give you more of the answers of like that specifically the blacksmith. Like you can see all of the ascendancy nodes and stuff.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know that. I'll have to go check that one out.
I didn't watch the full interview, but I do know that they did that because I was watching a video about it.
Yes, I think it's likely I'll either go sorceress, ranger, or warrior. I'm probably gonna stay away from the witch just because I want to
try something different.
Do something different.
Yeah.
The only reason I would play a witch again is just specifically for the lich ascendancy to see what's different. But then again, it's like I also didn't even try blood mage, so I don't know what's up there. I think blood mage's whole shtick is that
you're kind of like Vladimir.
Health. Yeah, they use health to cast spells, but then they heal, and that sounds really cool.
It was cool, and the thing that was crazy about it is like, yeah, you're using health to cast spells, but you overheal with the blood orbs that you pick up, and then so like let's say you had 2k health, well now you have like 4k health because like, but it's temporary health, so you have like this like over health shield basically. And so, you know, it was pretty strong. Like Vladimir's the best comparison of exactly like the class fantasy of it, pretty much. You just use a portion of your health to cast spells, and then you overheal more than what you're usually taking. Because like when you kill stuff, it spawns these little orbs or whatever, and I think there was a it wasn't as crazy as I was thinking it would be, honestly, and it was really weak. I think because they're scared of it being overpowered or whatever, so it was like really weak out of the gate. But I think it scaled pretty well. Was like the idea. Super weak, like as a early ascendancy, to the point where you don't even take the ascendancy. It's like literally like a debuff, because your spells don't just stop costing mana. They still cost mana, but then they also cost health. But they yeah. So it was like really, it got really weird. Yeah. I gotta go to dollar in.
Yeah, the good news of like not having done any of this until now is like all the classes are new to me.
Yeah, kind of same, really.
It's-
And you know, it's not just a class game. It's as close to classless. Well, it's not really, but like you can take anything and make it do anything as well.
Right. Yeah.
Like you could play a witch and use a bow build, and you know, the game will kind of like shove you in a direction because of the way that the ascendancies work and the subclasses. But like if there's something that works with something else, like, you know, if it's just really powerful or whatever, and you can create some sort of synergy off of it, then you can do whatever the fuck you want. You can make a warrior a complete spellcaster if you wanted, you know, and it would still work if there was some synergy that you're creating somehow, or a melee spellcaster.
There's something about this cave that makes me lag for some reason. Like, look, that's the frame times. That was
I'm
another
not
challenge
sure.
with my. It seems like it's literally just this cave. I don't know what it is.
It definitely does look like it's messing up. That's those spikes, but now it's kind of chilling. No, right there, yeah.
Yeah,
And maybe it's the
crazy.
animation of the guys coming out of the wall.
I was also having it in the fight against the
Devourer.
Devourer. Yeah, that was yet another part of the challenge for why I was dying so much on my. What? Why? One of the things that makes me super nervous about playing a sorceress is just like I am very nervous about being squishy. Like I generally do not like glass cannon characters in any game.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember what kind of defensive options they had. The thing about it is there's really very little on the passive skill tree that is in the way of defensive options anymore. I think warriors just get like some of like the abilities and stuff that they would go for are good for defensive options, and they wear like heavy armor stuff a lot of times. But you could too, but most of your spells are going to be like imp based, and imp based is typically more energy shield evasion
cool.
is like what you would kind of go for.
Like the Grim Harvest type thing where you're picking up
Energy shield.
yeah, picking up energy shield off of dead enemies. Like that's cool.
Yeah. It depends like what you build or whatever for what armor type you want to go, or there's a lot of stuff on the passive skill tree that does lean into those specific types, like energy shield, evasion, or armor, like whatever one you go to. That's the whole thing. It's like a build creation thing, you know. rebuilds. Like you could follow somebody's build, or you could be like, actually I want to make like an armor version of this or whatever, and it would just be better at dealing with like physical damage and physical hits. But the thing that's so good about Energy Shield is that it works for everything, and armor does not work against magic.
Yeah.
But the thing, I don't know if you have watched any videos or whatever, but I linked a video in the ARPG channel that's kind of talking about what to expect, and it's like a deep breakdown of like the interview that they did, because that was a lot more telling than just the reveal. Is that they're doing a complete rebalance. So everything that you know about the game and how it feels right now, like, yes, those skills and stuff will still exist, but like the balancing, they said every skill will change. They are rebalancing all of the monsters. They're rebalancing all of the skills. They're changing like a fuck ton of things about the balancing and the like difficulty of the game. So what is good or bad is going to be completely warped, like from what it is right now. So it's hard to really make any sort of assumptions.
I love when the dog's just barking nonstop. Look at this thing. Like, it's actually comical how much easier that is on a ranged character.
Yeah.
I also don't know what level I was when I mean, well, I think that was crazy though. That warrior I was just YOLOing this morning. I got an exalt at level 3.
That's actually nuts. What the fuck?
And then I got a second exalt at level 7.
Oh my
So
god. Did you see any divine orbs on your other character?
Nah, not yet.
They're super rare. That's a big money one. Oh, have you ever used that respawn at checkpoint button? Because I didn't even know that was a thing until I was watching someone play and they were using that.
What the hell?
Okay, I don't need this one anymore. I'm going over here.
Like this, oh my, this ability is just so cool. It like, it's kind of similar to Contagion, but not really.
Which one? The fire? The spark?
Spark. Just so yeah, like.
Do you know about?
It's just so cool to see things bouncing between enemies, like.
So that ability has a synergy, and if you put down a flame wall, you can actually like create like fire sparks. I'm not sure if whatever you might be using or whatever as a guide, but I'm pretty sure you can like catch them on fire and empower them.
It's kind of similar to what the Huntress video was showing.
Mm-hmm.
But I know that there is a lot of synergies with all that stuff with like similar to how speaking of the devil. Like how Ice Wall with Fireball, like use the Fireball to detonate the Ice Wall. Like,
yeah. That's what my character was doing for the first playthrough I did. And
oh yeah, projectiles which pass through will deal added fire damage. Wow, that's cool.
Super cool. Really useful with Spark because, just like there's so many. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah. Damn, now I wish I took Firewall instead of... It is nice, though, with this game that it's, like, particularly early on, there's, like, really nothing... There's nothing irreversible that you can do. Like,
that was such a problem with the other game, where you
Yeah,
could kind of like fuck your character up, but like they made it way better in this game where it's a lot more friendly in that direction.
yeah, like, you'll get so many skill gems that you really don't have to worry about what you're picking. Do you know if they've said, like, is next Friday, like, is it a new league? Or
Yes.
is it... Okay.
Yeah, it is an
'Cause we
economy
were-
reset. Yeah,
Okay. Because we
You
were
can
talking
play.
in our Discord.
you can play on
play
this
standard.
character that you're playing right now on another like league, but it will be
Yeah.
a different. It's going to be completely separate.
Okay. That's what I was hoping for. Like, I kind of want a whole reset. But then it's fun because, like, with the guild, it's like, oh, and if a good item drops, like, hey, this might be good for you. Like,
Yeah,
because how many people are here? This is, there's 4 of us in here now. These 2 guys are absolutely going to play next weekend.
that's awesome.
I'm not sure about
Are they from your other guild or whatever?
They're IRL friends,
Oh, cool.
so. Support gem, you say? So that conduction's probably the best one. I'm not even looking at the guide right now, I'm just kind of YOLOing. Honestly, that is like part of the fun, I think, of maybe going Huntress is because
It
there
would be-
are no guides
yeah,
right now.
it's
like,
unsolved.
it's really just
Yeah,
play what I think looks fun, and then
that's how it felt
my
at the start.
Ascendancy is the only thing that I can like.
Yeah, the
The
problem with
Ascendancy is
that.
the only thing you can't go back on.
The problem with that was it was really like every majority of people, because they didn't know good synergies or how to build a character very well, were fucking terrible. Like,
Yep.
and they are just
Yep.
like terrible, just dying. And the game, the early game is like also not super easy. It's not a pushover. You can't just like do whatever. You gotta
Absolutely.
be able to
Yeah.
do a good amount of damage and play the game. So if someone's trying to play a new character and they just don't, they create 0 synergies and they just have a fucking awful character, then they're going to have a terrible time. Like,
Especially because too many people undervalue the defensives in the passive tree. Like,
for sure.
you're literally
yeah.
just gonna die if you are ignoring them.
Three to 6 hour respawn time.
Fuck yeah.
Hey Gary, what's up, man?
Just got another
Firewall.
small crown. 3 to go.
Let's go, dude. I'm doing my
actually get the
crowns
platinum
on
today.
WoW right now. I'm
Oh,
rare
yeah, dude.
hunting. That's the
So-
same thing. Pretty much.
That's so cool. That's so cool.
Oh, the firewall thing, yeah. That is actually sick.
It kind of reminds me of Mass Effect, where like Mass Effect, you were always incentivized to like mix elements together for like explosions and stuff.
I love elemental reactions. Oh my god, I'm pogging out.
Elemental reaction. Oh.
Yeah, dude. Yeah, I actually think they need to make Act 2 a little easier.
Tua.
Or, I don't know, make your character scale a little more maybe. In that early game, I felt like it's a little too
Rough.
slow. Just slightly. For an early experience, you know? But I don't know. People also like that the game is like very punishing. But I think in order for it to be kind of accessible for new players, it should be not too crazy. Tua crazy.
What the fuck, Bora?
What the fuck, Bora? Did you guys have fun playing Repo?
Yes.
How?
Probably gonna end up. Me and Matthias probably gonna end up streaming the next one.
Oh, cool. How did it go? Were you guys successful?
Yeah, we were fairly successful. We only wiped like once, and that was when I told you about it.
Oh, I remember. Yeah, okay.
And that was actually perfect. I was kind of hoping we would wipe right there. That way we could get like AK and you in, and then well, Peak thought we were done because what ended up happening was after we wiped, Help ended up being the king of the losers.
Yeah.
So to fuck with him, I wiped the lobby so it would get rid of
Oh
his crown.
man. Well, that's not very nice.
No, but he would have abused it. So.
Wait, what power does it come with?
Oh, that just hyper inflates his ego. So it's like, I'm the king. Push me around in the car. He would have been even more of a menace than he already was.
I
Because the
see.
entire time, I think he put like 3 objects in the basket. The rest of the time, he was just going top rope and then just jumping into people to knock them over.
Oh my god.
Bro is a menace, an absolute menace. So if you think about it, he kind of did it to himself. Yeah.
I see. Victim blaming, I see.
Yep. This is why I beat you. Something.
You deserve this.
Yeah, it's good. Fucking 3 weeks in a row, going strong. People still want to do the next one.
This game. You guys should
Fucking
set up
this
a raid
game,
team.
Actually. Basically a raid team at this point,
Mm-hmm.
with how consistent it is. I'm debating having everyone get another mod. That way people can just like seamlessly drop in and drop out without having to wipe it. I'd have to like get everyone's opinion on that, but something to look into.
Yeah, that's kind of weird that it doesn't let you add people without. I mean, I guess it makes sense.
Yeah, it's why the game devs don't do that, but it's, you know,
Mm-hmm.
it's also just gives another avenue for people to make mods. Because it's like, whatever functionality that the devs don't put in their game, a mod is gonna fucking override it. You know, sometimes it's a good thing. Like more lobbies, sometimes it's a bad thing, like Gemma Congalala.
Gemma. That fucking video.
Gemma.
Oh my god. So bad.
Yeah.
I showed that to Khan and Fury and Tranos,
Oh,
and
yeah?
they were cracking up about that.
The
So
worst
crazy.
part about that video is that, you know, watching that made someone's day in the worst way.
For sure, they were loving that.
Mm-hmm.
I only need 3 more rare spawns. 3. 3.
Trace. We've got 1, 2, 3, about 5 more days until the two new monsters with their sets come
I
in.
know. The crazy thing is it's releasing on the same day as PoE.
That's crazy.
That's crazy.
I wonder why.
I don't know why they do that.
It's kind of like why do so many companies do shit on Tuesdays?
Yeah. I don't know.
Like it just seems like such an arbitrary day. They just fucking threw
It's
it
got to
down at the
be
board.
statistically proven for sales in some way. I don't know.
And then with Blizzard, it's like they do the thing on the Tuesday, but it's like go fuck yourself with the raid on until Thursday.
That doesn't make
Like
any
that.
sense.
Yeah. Like,
Doesn't
Someone
make
please
any
explain.
sense.
America, explain.
I'm sure they have a reason because they have to, but like, I cannot fathom what it would be because from a player point of view, it's retarded. Like
A Friday would be perfect, I think, or a Saturday.
I mean, if it's the raid releasing, do it on the reset, in my opinion.
But then it's like, why is the reset on Tuesday?
Well, it has to be on Sunday, but for sure, yeah, why is it specifically Tuesday? I don't know.
Right. It goes back. Like, I feel like a weekend reset would be the absolute best, but that's I don't know. Maybe maybe people are just doing too much shit on the weekends, and it turns out that during the weekday is actually everyone's best availability.
Yeah. Let's ask him. I'm going to go to the next
Where's-
BlizzCon and I'll be like, why is reset day on Tuesday?
Go up to John Blizzard and ask him that. I think I found the tech to getting crowns, though. Gotta just know what quests to look for. You know what I mean?
I just Googled it and it says WoW was launched on a Tuesday. It makes sense that subsequent weekly resets would also occur on Tuesday.
No, it doesn't. I disagree.
All right. This guy says, why do most MMOs have resets on Tuesday? It says balance of staff availability and user traffic. Regular tech staff only work Monday through Friday with network support centers running nights and weekends. You never change anything on Friday. That's rule number 1. Because
Okay.
I guess it would be very difficult to fix with everyone being off on the weekend
Yeah.
if there was like a bug or a problem.
But then why not do it on Monday?
I don't know. Maybe because of the time differences across the world being difficult, like in terms of like having the most amount of staff
Yeah,
Available.
I can kind of see that because while we have our Tuesday, fucking Japan is having something be there Monday, or am I? No, wait, they're ahead of us. So, yeah, no,
I don't know.
I fucked it up. If anything, it's the opposite.
Okay. So here it is. You need Monday to catch up on everything else from the weekend. So let's say problems pile up on the weekend. Monday is for that. Tuesday is for new stuff. And then you have Tuesday through Friday to do everything like that would need to be changed from or worked on from Tuesday. That's the reason that this guy is proposing. I don't know if he's
Okay.
like a sourced of he worked in the field, doesn't say. It kind of makes sense when you frame it that way. Honestly.
Yes, but I'm still trying to piece together why Tuesday and then Thursday.
I don't know why
For, like,
Thursday.
Cause it's like they have to have all the fucking information and that shit ready to go on Tuesday if it's ready by Thursday, I would think, or some shit.
If you're if you're using this logic, and let's say you launch a patch and it creates problems, then you have Tuesday to Thursday to fix those problems, and then you launch the raid and it creates problems. At least it's not on Friday, so it doesn't have to sit. Like, I guess, but in my opinion, don't, like, literally, let's launch a patch, okay, and then the next week launch the raid. That's what I think should happen. Like, I don't care that you'd have to wait an extra whatever amount of days. Like, if you're going to launch a patch and you don't want to launch the raid on the patch, then launch the raid the next Tuesday, not the Thursday.
Yeah, because that Thursday is really fucking awkward for pretty much everyone involved.
Yeah, anybody who raids on Tuesday is like, okay, well, how do we figure out how to raid, you know? Like, you got to
It's like
do
you'd
an
have to have
impromptu
a-
raid day.
Yeah, like even if you already raid on Tuesday and Thursdays, it's still like,
You're losing a day.
yeah, it's just awkward.
Totally. It's kind of interesting hearing it from that perspective, though. That kind of makes sense in terms of, like, balancing the staff and fixing the problems, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, it would have to make sense from some kind of angle. I fucking guess, maybe. I don't know. Maybe it could just fucking be shit thrown at a wall. People be doing stuff sometimes.
This was posted 8 years ago. WoW picked Tuesdays because it was a non-peak time of the week for gameplay back in vanilla. During that time, it often took them 5 hours to do maintenance, and 12 hours was not unheard of. So they picked a lower gameplay time for the patch days because maintenances would last a long time, and they picked the lowest.
Okay, so that goes against my theory of it being like a high traffic day.
Yeah. Now most of the time they last 1 hour, 15 minutes. Overwatch uses Tuesdays because it is Blizzard's game and they established maintenance time for the company because of WoW. Final Fantasy likely picked Tuesdays because WoW has established that as maintenance time culturally for gamers, and because it is not a non-peak time of the week for them, going back to the original reason WoW chose it. Do other games launch on Tuesdays a lot? Or you, like, I don't really know. I thought it was
no,
like
not really.
Thursday.
They kind of just, it's whenever, I think.
I feel like games used to launch on Tuesday mostly, like console games even.
I don't know.
Maybe that became really popular when all the consoles, like, it was a standard to have that shit hooked up to the internet, like PS4, Xbox 360 era,
Yeah.
maybe a little PS3 era, now that I think about it.
I'm hungry. I think I'm gonna go get some food. I'll be back in a little bit.
Sweet.
All right, guys. Thank you for watching my stream. Thanks for hanging out. I am not done streaming today. I'm going to stream again later tonight. I'm going to stream Dragon Soul on my Priest, more World of Warcraft. Wow, amazing. And then, let's see. Tomorrow, assuming I don't have a WoW stream, I am probably going to stream PoE. I'm probably going to do some practice on the Witch, or figuring out maybe like a dive on like PoE stuff. So yeah, thank you for watching. Thanks for hanging out, and I will see you guys hopefully